Pustaka. Library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka. Library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka. Library comes to you.
Waduh, piye to yo. Gagal meneh.
Waduh, Kang. Kae, ini Pak Kardi. Mosok subur dhewe. Iki mesti konspirasi.
Iya kuwi. Mesti.
Konspirasi apa?
Waduh.
Pak, nopo? Bingung. Makane yen pengen sinau babagan pertanian, sinau nang kene.
Apa kuwi?
Belajar budidaya ada, pertanian organik juga ada. Soal pupuk pasti ada, pestisida ada.
Informasinya api-api yo. Bermanfaat banget.
Masih kurang. Nonton YouTube-nya.
Ada YouTube-nya?
Itu loh. Soal informasi teknologi pertanian, Pustaka Kementerian Pertanian, informasinya lengkap banget. Ya Pak. HP ini balik ke.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare-book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Aduh, piye to yo. Gagal meneh.
Podo Kang. Kae, ini Pak Kardi. Mosok subur dhewe. Iki mesti konspirasi.
Iya kuwi. Mesti.
Konspirasi apa?
Waduh.
Pak, nopo? Bingung. Makane yen pengen sinau babagan pertanian, sinau nang kene.
Apa kuwi?
Belajar budidaya ada, pertanian organik juga ada. Soal pupuk pasti ada, pestisida ada.
Informasinya api-api yo, bermanfaat banget.
Masih kurang. Nonton YouTube-nya.
Ada YouTube-nya?
Itu loh. Soal informasi teknologi pertanian, Pustaka Kementerian Pertanian, informasinya lengkap banget. Ya Pak. HP ini balik ke.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneur, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office.
Cek. Tes.
The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Waduh, piye to yo. Gagal meneh.
Waduh, Kang. Kae, bener Pak Kardi. Mosok subur dhewe. Iki mesti konspirasi.
Iya kuwi. Mesti.
Konspirasi apa?
Waduh.
Pak, ngopo? Bingung. Makane Yen pengen sinau babagan pertanian, sinau nang kene.
Apa kuwi?
Belajar budidaya ada, pertanian organik juga ada. Soal pupuk pasti ada, pestisida ada.
Informasinya api-api yo. Bermanfaat banget.
Masih kurang. Nonton YouTube-nya.
Ada YouTube-nya?
Itu loh. Soal informasi teknologi pertanian. Pustaka Kementerian Pertanian, informasinya lengkap banget. Ya Pak. HP ini balik ke.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneur, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It is also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, spread inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Tes, tes, tes. Tes. Cek, cek. Hah? Ya sudah berdiri kalau gitu. Saya mah. Nah, kalau bisa sih pakai standing. Daripada megang. Nah, enak. Ini dibaca. Ya makanya dibaca itu. Ya. Enggak, ini aja. Enggak, soalnya saya coret-coret ini itu sudah rubah. Hah?
Masih banyak, Pak.
Oh, boleh.
Diperbaiki segera.
Hah? Udahlah saya baca aja lah biar alami gitu. Oh, nggak usah kayak Jokowi.
Iya benar, iya benar.
Oh. Gini aja ya, baca aja lah. Nah, pakai standing lebih enak. Kok pipit itu banyak amat kainnya?
Ini ukuran cek. Tingginya sih gimana sih? Cek. Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extension worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always been the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you. Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always been the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you. Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneur, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It is also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare-book or antiquariate, the latest international journal,
Sekitar
also
2 menit
well
lagi.
in every corner of comfortable
Sebelumnya
and
mungkin
user-friendly
kita
room.
bisa berdoa bersama dan dipimpin oleh Ibu Dian.
Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, hari ini kita membahas besar
To bring Pustaka close to its users,
conference
Pustaka develops some activity which are directly can be accessed by users
Ini yang
called
pertama
Postani.
bagi kita, awalan bagi dia, mudah-mudahan di tahun-tahun berikutnya kita bisa meraih lebih sukses lagi. Untuk itu saya mohon kita semua bisa berdoa, memohon kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa supaya hari ini kita
Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity,
dan
begin
untuk
agricultural
yang
information
diberikan
literacy
kemudahan
from
lagi.
farmers and agricultural
Mari kita
extensions
berdoa
worker.
menurut kepercayaan masing-masing. Berdoa mulai.
Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and
Terima kasih
overseas.
atas kesediaan teman-teman. Semoga saya sampai kembali.
Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished presenters, participants, reviewers, ladies and gentlemen, depending on where you are joining us from. A very good morning. Welcome to the first International Conference on Library and Information Sciences 2021, or ICLIS 2021. We are proudly announce that this conference hosted by the Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination. This conference is in time, since there are lots of changes in the access of library since the COVID-19 pandemic started last year. The theme of the first ICLIS 2021 is the library trends in post-COVID-19 pandemic era. We talk about post-COVID-19 as if it is now over. However, the pandemic may stay with us for a longer time. Anyway, it is a great expectation that this conference will come up with clear direction and patterns to address the changes caused by the pandemic.
Distinguished guests, reviewers, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'd like to kindly invite you all to rise and sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Before we start the event, let's pray to the God Almighty to have His blessing on our event today. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Zuhdi to lead the prayer. Mr. Zuhdi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Oh Allah, today Tuesday, September 7, 2021, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about international conference on library and information sciences. The theme is Library Trend in Post-COVID-19 Pandemic Era. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly as medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of academics and practitioners in library studies. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, and love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our prayer. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun, wa salamun al mursalin, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you very much. As you may be aware, as mentioned earlier, the theme of today's international conference is the library trends in post-COVID-19 pandemic era. In this event, we are so fortunate to have two well-recognized invited speakers from overseas and 19 papers that will be presented in parallel session.
Before we start, in the next few minutes, allow me to briefly explain the agenda for the day. To kick off the event, our director, Dr. Abdul Basit, will deliver the introduction to this event and his welcoming remarks. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, afterwards, we will have Dr. Kasdi Subagiono, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture, to deliver his keynote speech and officially open the conference. We will end the opening session by having photo session, so please make sure to turn on your camera.
Afterwards, at about 9:45, we would like to invite distinguished guests and participants to join the invited speaker session. In this opportunity, we will have two sessions. The first speaker is Ms. Catherine Lavallee-Welsh, the President-elect of Special Libraries Associations. Afterwards, we will invite the second invited speaker, Professor Kathleen Lourdes B. Obaili, from the School of Library and Information Studies, University of the Philippines, Diliman.
There will be 45 minutes lunch break after the plenary session, and we would like to have you back on the screen at 12:30 p.m. to join your designated breakout room. Prior to the event, you have selected your breakout room. The organizing committee will automatically direct you to the designated selection. The parallel presentation will be finished by 2 p.m. We would like to have all participants to come back to the main screen and join the closing ceremony. We start the closing session by having a wrap-up session which will be delivered by Mrs. Heriati Suryantini. Prior to the closing, we will have Dr. Bambang Winarko, the chair of the organizing committee, to deliver his vote of thanks. Afterwards, we will have an official closing statement from Dr. Abdul Basit, the head of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now I'd like to invite the head of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, Dr. Abdul Basit, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Dr. Abdul Basit, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning. Your Excellency, Dr. Kasdi Subagiono, the Secretary General, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Kathleen Lourdes B. Obaile, School of Library and Information Studies, University of the Philippines, Diliman, the Honorable Ms. Catherine Lavely Wells, President-elect of Special Libraries Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdul Basit, and I would like to deliver my welcoming remarks on behalf of the organizing committee for this conference. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the presence of God for the abundance of His grace and gifts, so that today we could meet at this virtual conference. My gratitude and highly appreciation go to the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic Indonesia, who in his busy time was pleased to attend and to open this conference. I also would like to thank the speakers, moderators, reviewers, and all participants for being here with us. On behalf of our organizing committee, let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the International Conference on Library and Information Sciences. This conference is organized by Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, which is institution under the Secretariat General of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays, the library task is no longer managing library collections, waiting for users who come to the library. However, they must be able to reach and serve the community to facilitate the knowledge transfer. The condition of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak that hit most of the country has changed our habit and the order of life in society, in the economic, educational, and social field, including libraries. Offices, schools, and libraries are closed. People work, seek information, and shop from home. Libraries provide electronic resources to meet people's information needs. Librarians create innovation in providing online library services. Therefore, the theme of our conference is library trends in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era. The objective of the conference are, first, to increase librarian knowledge on the changes of the library and information science and looking forward to post-pandemic COVID-19. The second, to obtain a clear direction and picture of the changes that occur in the future. And the third, to provide opportunity to share knowledge among the librarians. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear from two keynote speakers about their expertise and knowledge on the subject in the plenary session. The one-day conference is attended by a total of 546 participants, including 19 presenters and 527 listeners from India, Philippines, Thailand, Brunei, Malaysia, also Indonesia, using Zoom platform. They come from a diverse governmental institution, private or academic institution, and also students. The presenters will share their experience and scientific information in 4 classes of parallel sessions. I hope participants enjoy joining this first international conference. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Furthermore, we ask for permission from the Secretary General of the Ministry of the Agriculture, Republic Indonesia, to deliver a speech and at the same time officially open the 2021 International Conference on the Library and Information Sciences. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Basit. Now we would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Kasdi Subagiono, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture, to deliver the keynote speech and officially open the conference. Dr. Kasdi Subagiono, the screen is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thanks to the organizing committee for the International Conference of Library and Information Innovation Technology on 2021, Bogor, September 7th, 2021. Your Excellency, Professor Kathleen Lauders Obile, University of Philippines, Your Excellency, Ms. Catherine Leffley-Wells, the President-elect of Special Library Association, distinguished reviewer, presenters, the participant of the International Conference of Library and Information Sciences 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to this occasion with several points that I would like to share in this international conference. First of all, the Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia have the very strategic policy and also the program in the agriculture development here in this country. Of course, this is continue following the asking of the President of the Republic of Indonesia that the sector of agriculture here in this country is very strategic in the economic point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share that the strategic policy of agriculture development here in Indonesia, the ministry has already gave several policy that for the strategic in developing of the agriculture here in Indonesia. The Minister of Agriculture has launched the new 5-year strategic development plan in 2020-2024. This plan aims to achieve an advanced, independent, and modern agriculture through the strengthening food security and agricultural competitiveness. The strategy highlights the shift from the production-based approaches to the food system approach. We believe that achieving food security in Indonesia will contribute to the global food security. In order to sustain the availability of foods for around 273 million people in Indonesia, we have developed a set of strategic policies called 5 ways of action. First, increasing the production capacity through the accelerations of the rice planting. Second, conversion of the suboptimal land into the farmland, as well as the expansion of the new cultivation areas for the strategic commodities. The second way of action is local food diversification. How we do it? Through the promotion of local wisdom-based dietary diversification and the optimal utilization of home yards and marginal land to produce local healthy food through a sustainable food garden program. The third way of the action is strengthening the food reserves and logistics system through the development of food reserves at provincial and community levels, and also improving the national food logistics system for the stabilization of supply and prices. The fourth width of the action is development of modern agriculture through promotion of agriculture mechanization, development of the smart farming, development of food estates, and development of the farmers' corporations and millennial farmers ambassadors. The last but not least, the fifth strategy we have to put in this development of the agriculture here in this country is movement for increasing export of agricultural commodities through 3 times. The way that we are achieving 3 times of export commodity is by increasing the volume of export by working with local governments and stakeholders. Second, increasing number of new exporters and export-oriented agropreneurs. The third is increasing the varieties of export commodities. Fourth is increasing the frequency of export shipments and increasing the numbers of foreign trade partners. Ladies and gentlemen, the serious efforts that we have made so far have proven the resilience of the Indonesian agriculture sector in supporting the national economy even under the pressure of a COVID-19 pandemic. On the production side, I would like to share about the experience of Indonesia, where we not only self-sufficiency we achieve, but also we have surplus of our production, especially of rice. We succeed in maintaining the stability and supply of 11 main staple foods for 273 million of Indonesian people. The secondly, I would like to share about the experience how the Indonesia agriculture can contribute a lot to the economic development here in this country. The data of statistics that show that gross domestic product increasing very rapidly and very significantly. In second quarter of 2020, the gross domestic product is achieved 16.24% positive, while another sector is negative. So agriculture is very important, plays an important roles in this country in the economic point of view. In the quarter of the third quarter in 2020, the agriculture gross domestic product of agriculture is developed for 2.15%. In the fourth quarter is 2.59%. And the first quarter of 2021, that developed 2.95%. It's always positive. So that means that agriculture plays very important and strategic role in the development of economic here in this country, although in the condition that is pandemic COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, in the point of view of the export commodity of agriculture, is also we achieve very significantly increasing in our export of agricultural product. In the year of 2020, January to December, we achieve the value of our export is reached 451.8 trillion rupiah. It's mean more than $30 billion that we achieved in 2020. That is increasing 15.79% compared to the same period in 2019. So ladies and gentlemen, and also in 2021, especially in the first semester, our export is also increasing about nearly 40%. In June, we noted that our export value is reached to 277 trillion rupiah. So that means around $15 billion. So that means our export is increasing every time for now, even in the pandemic COVID-19. Based on the Global Food Security Index, the Indonesia food security rank also shows an improvement. Rank of 65 in 2020 from previous 74th in 2015. So that means increasing 10 point, almost 10 point. Stunting prevalence also decreasing from 30% into 2018 and 2013 to 27% in 2019. Going forward, we will continue to consistently encourage the transformation of the food system into the more modern one, supported by technology and artificial intelligence in a holistic and integrated manner through the development of the digital agricultural ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, then what's the role of the library and also information system itself? This is also very important information that we have to connect it to how we build the policy and also program of agricultural development here in this country. So the library is very strategic, that they also support it it's not only cited of the book, of the journal, it's also how to disseminate of the information of innovation technology to support the modern agriculture especially, and also specifically to increase the productivity of our food and agriculture, and also the competitiveness of agricultural product. So that means, I think this is very strategic. The international conferences talk about the library role and also information sciences in 2021 is very important for our development agriculture here in this country, and also of course for other countries. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the International Conference of Library and Information Science in 2021 can formulate very strategic formula, very strategic conclusion, and very strategic formula for to develop the new policy of the agriculture in this country especially, and also of course another countries that has contributed to this international conference. This is our point, that I hope that everybody can do discussion, can do the more better of formulation of the and concludes of the international conference with more and more innovation and creativity to build the agriculture better in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the, not least, but I would like to say thanks again, appreciate for anybody who contribute to the international conference of the library and also information science 2021, and also I appreciate for speakers and also participants that is actively contribute to the international conference. So for this occasion, I would like to open this international conference of library and information sciences 2021. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kasdi Subagiono. And before we end this session, allow us to present the token of appreciation from the organizing committee.
Thank you, our Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture.
Now we would like to ask all participants to open their camera for photo session. I will lead the process, so before I start, I need you all to open the camera and be ready. So let me check how many screens we have. We only have 2 screens. So please hold your smile. On 3, let me count. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, hold on. I still have some of the participants is not open the camera yet. Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, and this is the last one. On 3, please hold your smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, I think we finished. Okay, thank you very much. Now, welcome back to the main screen. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Catherine Lavalley Welsh, the President-elect of Special Libraries Association, to deliver her presentation. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Sahat Pasaribu as the moderator and lead the discussion. Dr. Sahat Pasaribu, the screen is yours.
Good morning, distinguished presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, depending on where you are joining us from. Welcome to the first session for the invited speaker at the first International Conference on Library and Information Sciences. My name is Sahat Pasaribu. Allow me to lead and chair the discussion today. And I would like to introduce the team that will support this session. Allow me to introduce Ms. Penny as the note taker, and during the Q&A, we have Ms. Rico, Mr. Zuhdi, and Mr. Ikhwan, who will help organize the questions. Before we start, allow me to remind you of small housekeeping rules. During the event, the host will mute you all. However, we also invite you to active during the conference. Should you have any questions for the speakers at any point, please leave it in the chat box feature of the screen. I will address it during the Q&A session. Nevertheless, today's event will be recorded for documentation process. Let's back to the most important business today. We are very fortunate to have Ms. Catherine Lavalley Welsh, President-elect of Special Libraries Association. The title of her presentation is Post-COVID-19 Trends in Specialized Libraries. Before we start, I would like to read Ms. Catherine's short biography. Catherine Lavalley Welsh is the University Librarian at Bishop's University in Sherbrooke, Canada since fall 2018. She has experience as an information professional and librarian in the non-profit, co-op, and higher education sectors in Canada, Europe, and the US. She has been active in SLA since 2000 and held several offices over the years at the chapter, division, and associations level, including the SLA Board of Directors from 2015 to 2017. In 2020, she is serving again on the Board of Directors as President-elect of SLA. Ms. Catherine, the screen is yours.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Dr. Pasaribu, for the introduction, the kind introduction, and thank you for the organizing committee for inviting me to talk to you this morning. So my name is Catherine Lavalley Welsh, and I am the President-elect of SLA, the Special Libraries Association. A few words about SLA before I start. I am a member since 2000. It is an international professional association for librarians and information professionals. And actually, we are in a rebranding exercise right now. So we're going to go from SLA, Special Libraries Association, to IPSLA, which is the Information Professionals and Specialized Librarians Association, later this year and in 2022. So that process is ongoing right now. So I'm not quite sure in Indonesia, but when you say the word librarian in North America, people have the immediate image of a public librarian or school librarian, which are very, very important professions, very important functions in our societies. SLA or IPSLA is for the other types of librarians and information professionals out there who don't do these specific roles. So it's people who work in all fields of information retrieval, organization, analysis, and distribution. And it's people who work in different environments, in government, in corporations, in hospitals, in law firms, etc. Some work in physical libraries and information centers. Others are part of research and development units of IT, strategic planning or market research. Some info pros float from project to project and they are embedded in teams and supporting their work. SLA is organized in communities, geographic communities. There is a community for Asian countries, SLA Asia, and also thematic communities, sci-tech, knowledge management, food, agriculture, and environmental resources, government information, biomedical and life sciences, academic and education, competitive intelligence. So information professionals that are joined together to specialize in certain functions or, like I said, geographic area. Members of SLA hold all sorts of professional titles. You have, of course, librarians and information professionals, but you also have knowledge managers, data managers, chief information officers, web developers, information brokers, data analysts, research analysts, digital humanities librarians, digital asset managers. So you see that it's a very large umbrella. And there's a lot of exchanges between professionals, which brings a wealth of resources for the members. In regarding specifically the situation that we are right now with the pandemic and COVID-19, in 2020, last year, SLA created a task force for reopening specialized libraries. The task force held several roundtables and published a report a year ago, giving strategies and resources for reopening libraries and information centers. The task force is still continuing its work at this time. And SLA just recently held its annual conference in August, and several sessions were organized on various aspects of the effects of the pandemic on information services. So talking today, I'm going to take from SLA members' experience and my own as well from the work of the task force. And I was introduced, I'm also the university librarian, the ed librarian of Bishop's University, which is a small liberal arts university in Canada. So the pandemic, it started at the end of winter 2020, and we're now in the fourth wave across the globe. We are not coming out of the pandemic like we thought just a few months ago. We're still dealing with it in a different way. And now we are now trying to find the ways that we're going to live with it for the foreseeable future. So today I'm going to divide the trends in several topics. So people, services, physical spaces, resources, social justice and accessibility, and finally technology. So if we talk about people first, our users and also our personnel, our staff. So if we start with our users, the priority here is serving their needs, of course, while keeping them safe using a range of methods. We have, of course, methods like increased cleaning of our spaces. We have mask requirements. We have hand hygiene and that sort of things. Several information centers have used the model of having face-to-face interaction by appointment only. We've seen organizations using seat reservation system that you need to reserve your seat first, and that way that controls the number of people that are in the physical space. And of course, we have been switching our services to online services, so promoting the use of digital programs and digital content, electronic resources. We know that physical distanciation may continue for a while still, and that is, of course, an impact on the physical space, on where we place furniture and where people can sit, and the use of those spaces. If we talked about reopening, of course, attendees today were all from all over the world, so we are in different period of the pandemic, depending on infection rates, depending where we are. In North America, we're in a phase where university school are starting, university students are coming back, and people are hoping reopening the spaces and that everything will go well. So depending on where you are, what you're thinking of when your doors are going to reopen, definitely a phased-in approach is very appropriate, and having a plan in place in case of new infection waves coming. And that plan helps to reduce risks. It allows progressive phasing out of those restrictions, any kind of lockdown that you might be into. And having a phased-in approach allows flexibility if you need to, test scenarios or test, what the user experience going to be in your space. And then it helps, like I said, plan for a possible return of restrictions, if the virus begins to spread one more, or a new variant shows up. If we talk about our personnel, though, now the personnel is at the heart of the information center. It's the heart of the library. That's who make the library. And staff need to be mentally, emotionally, and physically well in order to perform, in order to be able to render their duties, their function. The pandemic has definitely been very stressful, both by the fear of being sick, and of course economic implications of the pandemic has had on our world. People have had to different ways to help your personnel, maybe employee assistance program, taking measures to make sure they are safe, providing PPE, protective measure like plexiglass, etc., etc. Some libraries have remained open through the pandemic, depending on location. That needed staffing or some staffing. Definitely consideration for these people. And that brings equity issues, right? Why are some people allowed to work from home while others have to be on site? And that's things to take in consideration when you take care of your personnel. And you do have to take care of your personnel because there's a high cost to high turnover of personnel. There's also this phenomenon that I think really came through the pandemic and through the past winter, which has been nicknamed the Great Resignation or the Big Quit phenomena. So younger generations, let's start it with younger generation, Gen Z, young adults, and it has spread to other generations as well. So people just leaving the workforce in a mass voluntary exodus. Um, During the pandemic, for all sorts of reasons, the pandemic is stress and burnout and disaffection and fear, reaction to, employers having a knee-jerk reaction to the pandemic, doing massive layoffs or cutting budgets, doing promotion and salary freezes. People who decide that they have a bad work life balance for their safety, or they want to start their own businesses. In a way, what we see, the ideal is that if you want to keep your personnel, you need to make sure that your personnel feel safe, feel valued, and more empowered to make their own decisions, their own schedule choices. You need to feel trusted, respected, and managers need to recognize that managing people working from home is very different. It needs more communication, it needs more transparency. So the employer, the organizations have to create an environment where people feel valued, they feel safe, they can feel proud to work for that employer. An employer that invests also in their professional development and giving them the tools they need to succeed. A note about the term work-life balance definitely has been very trendy this past 18 months. And I actually even learned a new term this morning that's now being used, which is work-life integration. I think with the best intentions, it would mean that with flexibility, a worker might need to do something related to their personal life during work hours, and that would be without any issues. So there'd be that flex time, that flexibility. I think in a worse interpretation of work-life integration, it would mean that yes, people have flex hours, but they're being on call 24/7. And be completely engulfed by work at all times. Maybe work-life harmony would convey the ideal that, yes, you're working where you live, but it doesn't become you live where you work. And then that would convey also that people are full individuals outside of work as well. Not having that harmony, that balance, is a major factor in burnout and depression, and that we see a lot in employees. So what other things we can do? You can reward people, your employees, for their behavior. Break the silos, bring people together, bring people with different skills together, and using the new tools, new technology tools. Provide that work-life harmony to people. And, there's really a hope that the organization can change the way they've been managing people to offer this new balance. We can do business online very well, or in an hybrid fashion. But of course, what is missing is the social interactions. So people chatting, people knowing about each other's lives, co-workers. So something that would be important is, if you have meetings, is to allow that a few minutes of social time at the beginning, so that people can exchange and see what's going on. For example, in my staff, we have 2 staff people that had adopted puppies during the last 18 months. So asking them to show the puppies has been very popular. We have a weekly library meeting. So what the pandemic also is going to do will definitely impacts the way we hire and retain people and train people and communicate with them. And that I think that's going to change for good. We need more emphasis on explicit knowledge, capturing the knowledge, because we cannot train anymore by example or by modeling, having somebody next to you and seeing what you're doing. So we need to do a much better job in knowledge management in our organization, so that people have at the point of need the information they need to do their jobs. Because we cannot now that we're doing at least in North America more hybrid work. You go into the office, you don't know who's going to be in the office with you that day. So anytime that you seek somebody, it has to be with a lot of purpose and with intent. So you have to be careful with that. And then, yes, a different way of coaching people, different ways of communication with communicating with people, not just email anymore. There's a lot of technology tools that have been, the use have really been increasing tremendously. If we think something just like Microsoft Teams. My supervisor doesn't want to receive email anymore, for example. We used Microsoft Teams at my university, and he wants us to use the chat to contact him and use the drive in the cloud to share files. And takes a little bit taking used to it, but at the same time I like it, because now I see when I chat with him, I see when he's seen the messages. And finally, when it comes to both personnel and our users, I think it is critical to approach them from a compassionate perspective and acknowledge the past and continuing grief that is happening with the pandemic. The stress, the anxiety, the uncertainty, the loss. People have lost a lot. But also giving a place to the joy and excitement about returning to work premises, for example, about seeing your friends or family members again for people who can travel. I think if we can all give each other some compassion and a little bit of grace, it goes a long way, and it's very much appreciated by all. So let's talk now about services, which are our bread and butter. That's what we do. We provide services in our information center. So we all closed down in a hurry, right? In the spring 2020. And then we immediately get to work on developing or improving our online services, sometimes from scratch in some cases. So research assistance, online training, online instruction, digitalization, production of products like reports and newsletters, etc., etc. And something that became immediately clear was the digital divide, right, for both staff and users. So not everybody had computers or laptops. I've heard so many stories of people being told to go work from home, and all they have is their smartphone. They don't have a computer at home. Something that not everybody has is reliable internet, or any internet at all, or the space in the environment necessary to work or to study, or to do whatever they need to do. At my university, classes continue. We move to online instruction, and we have students desperate for good Wi-Fi and for quiet study spaces to take their online courses. So my library actually reopened summer 2020 to allow students to be able to continue studying. I had employees who had no internet at home. I had employees who had no computers at home. So I had to make sure that we We couldn't do much about the internet, but we could provide laptops at least for them. So we have our new services. We have marketing them was also very important. Getting users to utilize those systems and those services was about challenging because it's about changing habits. So a lot of communication, very clear communication. And now that people, depending on where we are, going back to work on the work premises, we now have to offer hybrid services because in our case, we have 75% of our students coming back to our campus, but we still have 25% of students who are either international or taking their classes from a distance from their hometown. And you have then to decide, well, so I have to do my services in person and then online as well. Are they going to be the same, or it's not obvious? It's not necessarily needed that they are the same, identical in the two formats. And then actually that can cause staffing challenges. If I have a reference desk or a research assistance desk, one in person, and somebody is at the desk, at the physical desk, the other is at the chat. Do I have enough staff to provide the services in both ways? So it's a good time to see what is worth keeping at this point, or what services are the most important. Last thing I wanted to say about the services is the importance of planning. So to become resilient and to become flexible and be able to react to changes, to unexpected changes over time, engaging in crisis planning and service continuity exercises is a very, very good idea. Having a remote working and a business contingency plan is one of the best lessons we've learned in this pandemic. And I recommend that any libraries and information center develop and maintain recovery plans and do training in those areas. A few words about marketing and outreach. Of course, you can do events online. Using video conferencing, using apps, using social media. So we are in a conference right now, being online. So it's just the mode of delivery that changes. Can do seminars and lectures, and you're not limited by geography or travel anymore. So either for speakers or attendees, like me today, I'm coming to you from Canada. And of course, that marketing is important for those services you created or adapted, or the guidelines that you have for your information center. If we talked a little bit about the content, so of course, we offer services and we offer collections. You know, there's a new role that's ripe for the taking if you are not doing it already. So it's to prepare high-value pandemic information for your stakeholders, for your executive suite, resource guides, reviews, analysis, and diligence reports, you know, whatever is timely and needed by your stakeholders. During the SLA conference, there was an excellent session about infopros that work for a pharmaceutical company called Otsuka Pharmaceuticals. It's a global organization. Their librarians are located in various countries around the world. And they just jumped right into it, providing pandemic-related information to their stakeholders. And in their case, what worked, and it really worked for them because they got added to 3 different task forces. They got to work with a lot of people in the organization. They became known, they became recognized and appreciated for their work, and they really proved their value to the organization. So some of the best practices that they shared is that to to make sure that they were visible in person or virtually. They did a lot of marketing. They were available and accessible. They said yes as much as possible. They didn't turn down work or a specific project they were asked to work on. They were reliable. They were on time. And they made deliverables that were concise, they were really relevant, visually appealing, and they save their stakeholders time and effort. And of course, they continuously assessed what they were doing, and they adjusted their products and their deliverables to meet the needs. So they got a lot of value and a great reputation in their information center. If we look at content, something that we saw over the last year is that some vendors provided their content freely, or they expanded licensing, they expanded licenses, or did a range of products to their clients. So we may have been subscribing to XYZ journals, but they would then open the whole range of their journals. For example, a lot of vendors provided pandemic-related information for free. For example, Bloomberg Law and LexisNexis at excellent resource kits online. You can also look at the United Nations and UNESCO for resources. There were excellent websites. I talked about vendors extending, the licenses with their subscribers. In some cases, they did not increase the cost when the new year rolled over, did not increase subscriptions for 2021. I don't expect that to continue, but it was a welcome break, I have to say, in the last year. As for your self-look, if you need to renegotiate some licensing that you have, because sometimes licenses are for in-person usage only, you have to make sure that what you are subscribing to in terms of electronic resources can be accessed from off-site. And again, we saw that great divide between the have and the have-nots. Who has the sufficient funds to license more electronic resources for their users? And there's definitely a place for that, to do some advocacy with your higher ups, your administration, to make sure that you have the budget available to get people the information they need. What we saw as well is that the pandemic moved the open access movement forward in amazing fashion. Open access is not just a good thing, it became essential. And something that had to happen. The international collaboration between researchers and agencies was essential, and would not have been as successful without open access to information and research. So we can definitely expect the trend of open access to continue. Open access for published information, for open educational resources, and research data. Finally, in terms of services, the world events have definitely shown importance of information literacy and the necessity of information evaluation skills for all. All info pros have a responsibility to participate in the efforts to disseminate vetted, accurate information and to teach people how to evaluate information properly and information sources. Next, we're going to talk about spaces. So, building closing, my library closed suddenly Friday, March 13, 2020. Well, it has showed me a few things. And of course, I'm talking about an academic library, but I think it can be relevant also in a specialized library. Is that how much people associate the brick and mortar building with the service. In our case, our digital services that we created during COVID were not as heavily used. We're a small campus, and people are very used to the face-to-face where I work. So we had online reference, but there were a lot of services that we had to create it rapidly, like digitalization on demand, online instruction for information literacy, etc., etc. And that was a little harder to get them to get the buy-in for those. There was a certain pressure to access the physical building again from the users and from the association by midsummer 2020. That's about when we reopened in a phased fashion, but we reopened. And that was both to access the spaces and the print collections. It was as if, the building reopening was a bit of a sign that things were going back to normal. Not quite, but, it's a symbol, right? It's definitely an area, again, where more advocacy would be best for the online services that we have, for all the online collections that we have as well, and all the things that we can do from a distance from them. Now, in corporations, many specialized libraries well familiar with the loss of physical spaces over the years, over the last few decades. The loss of office space as well for employees and collections. Information centers, unfortunately, sometimes may be seen as a cost center, and executives are not always realizing the return on investment of what those services can offer them. And there's also the increase of the use of electronic resources that makes it so that print collections are smaller, and people then see the powers that be see the opportunity to gain back space that way for other purposes. There's also many information professionals that work for large international organizations that were already much used to working online with their clientele, or even working from home and serving clienteles physically away from them. With the pandemic, with the work from home / hybrid work, with physical distanciation put in place, I think there will be again a re-examination of physical spaces and specialized libraries. If you see an empty space, does it mean that it's not being used? I don't think so, but that could be a perception by some people. Underused, so then not useful. So I think it's important to start a dialogue with decision makers about the reasons to keep square footage and physical space. When you'll be reopening, if you are reopening, well, you're most likely still going to need to provide more separation, physical distancing of staff and between users as well. You cannot have shared workspaces anymore. You either have to rotate your employees or separate them physically. Same thing for your patrons, for your users. You need to space the workstations, the computers apart. You may need room to house quarantine materials, although now we know that the virus doesn't transmit so much by services, so the quarantine requirements are not as stringent as they were at the beginning of this crisis. And something that would be good in a strategic way is maybe be receptive to flexible use of space, having other activities taking place during periods of low usage. Show that you're a team player, and that always looks good. Briefly about resources. Along with physical spaces, budget reductions are certainly lurking. if we think about organizations, corporations, or other types of organizations, of course, revenues have been down. Possibly, there might be cuts that need to be done, either across the board or more strategically done. So the employer may have those financial exigencies. There could be reductions because, again, of that perceived lack of usefulness of the information center. Again, because they don't see people there, or maybe you haven't been able to reach your executive with what all the good services that you can do. So again, advocacy with your stakeholders, very important. Use of storytelling in advocacy works best. Having some figures always helps, but having a few good stories about your users and how you were useful to them can definitely help your deciders understand the situation. So start a dialogue, explain why you need to keep or you need to increase your funding, because you need more electronic resources, and those are very expensive. We know that. You need new services or equipment. You need to provide laptops to your employees. Maybe you need to provide them with hotspots for internet access. Maybe you need to hire or outsource to increase the services that now you need to offer. I was talking earlier, when you're working in an hybrid manner, you may need more staff. So those are all things that you can discuss with your higher ups in terms of resources. I did wanted to mention a little bit about social justice and accessibility. I've mentioned already several times the digital divide that exists between the haves and the have-not. There are high levels of inequality and poverty and exclusion and inaccessibility levels, and that both from staff and from our users. And we know we have specialized libraries that will serve, of course, their internal clients, but they will also serve the public. Think governmental libraries, hospital libraries, legislative libraries. So again, we're talking about people not having equipment, not having internet access at home. They need to come in to be able to use the resources. So we need to make provision for some hard copy, perhaps, depending on what we're doing. Digitalization efforts. We need to make allowances for people who are not able to access those digital resources. Need to provide support in traditional manners, but also with social distancing measures. People with no digital literacy, who don't know how to use a computer, they need support as well. There is a large number of people with disabilities and accessibility issues, and they need to be addressed as well. You have to make sure your websites and other online tools are also accessible. That's important. You can do partnerships with local organizations, maybe public libraries, that can help support those marginalized communities. But it's something not to keep in the back of your mind. And finally, let's talk about technology. So technology has been our savior, I think, in this crisis. Of course, tools like video conferencing, like Zoom, that we're using today, or synchronous and asynchronous collaboration tools, Microsoft Teams, Slack, for example, are the big winners of these trying circumstances. The use of the cloud. We stopped using paper forms, doing paper requisitions. I know in my place of work, that's been a big change. We did a lot of things on paper, and we don't anymore. We installed Microsoft Teams very, very quickly in my organization. We saw the improvement of apps, of transactional websites. We saw government investment in high-speed internet and in other information infrastructure in general and for libraries. Canada is a huge, huge country. We have a lot of people living in rural area, and in the past year we saw a lot of investment from the federal and the provincial governments to increase the reach of high-speed internet throughout the rural areas, to reach where people were and where they were working from home. We can expect an increased usage of artificial intelligence, of machine learning, of virtual reality to offer opportunities to streamline processes with less human interactions in a pandemic setting. We can definitely expect more digitization, more online content. We do need better management of preservation of digital objects, though. There are tools I haven't seen those in action, but supposedly there are tools out there to measure spaces, distanciation between people or workstations. We're going to be using data more, data of occupancy, of resource usage to better our offers as well and help planning. Talking to planning, digital road mapping would be very important at this point as new ways of working out our services. A digital roadmap is a high-level document that outlines, what goals an organization wants to achieve, and then it permits you to identify the digital initiatives that can help you get to those objectives. And it's like a blueprint for action that aligns those digital initiatives and then your short and longer term goals and objectives. And then I think there might be increased use of consultancy and instructional learning technologies and methods as well when we talk about technology. So in conclusion, we're definitely, the world is in a transition process where it comes to work, when it comes to the use of information. It's a time to pause and review. It's a time to rethink and restructure what lies ahead, what needs to be paused, what needs to be postponed, what needs to be moved forward. What do we prioritize? How do we do it? How do we communicate the changes that we do? It's a time of innovation and adaptation. So we need to put our commitment to services in our communities at the heart of what we're doing, with safety and well-being being paramount and a top priority. We need compassionate leadership, empathy and understanding for our communities, for our users, from the people we are responsible with. And our libraries and information centers are, of course, part of that. We need, and remembering also, there's been a lot of loss, and there's been a high cost to a lot of people in this pandemic. But we need to adopt the attitude of really looking at every single event as an opportunity to develop, not as a weakness, but maybe as an opportunity, and the creation of several opportunities that we are coming across to learn, to improve, to interact in the workplace and in our personal lives. And we don't have to go back to the old normal. We now have the chance to do better. So terima kasih. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I wish you the best of days at this first International Conference on Library and Information Sciences. Please stay safe and healthy. And now I am ready to welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine, if I may say that way, because it is a little bit difficult for me to pronounce your last name. Anyway, I think this is such a wonderful presentation. You cover at least 6 topics about people, services, physical spaces, resources, social justice and accessibility, and technology. It's a very detailed information that you have delivered. So we thank you for that information. We now come to the question and answer. And in this Q&A, we select several questions because there are a lot of questions, but I think we have limited time. But we select this for you to elaborate a little bit the questions that delivered to you. The first one is from Sinta, University of Indonesia. What do you suggest for main service from special libraries in the post-COVID pandemic era? So what do you suggest? What would be your suggestions? A main service from special libraries, especially during this post-COVID pandemic era. Do you get the questions now? Okay.
Yes,
please.
I did. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, for specialized libraries, I think, you know, I talked about that pharmaceutical pharmaceutical company with their information center and what these people have done. They've really tried to pinpoint what was the most important information there the executive suite needed at that point, at that time. And it was a lot of both resources, general resources, and then very pointed information. And that actually changed through time. So at first was like, what is the virus? How do we protect ourselves from it? And then it went to the reopening plans, how does that work? And then it moved to more topic of like working from home, working hybridly, what can be done. I think for specialized libraries, that would be probably, you know, that research assistance and then providing that high value information.
Okay. The next questions, this is coming from Wahida, from the Indonesian Center for Agricultural, Socio-Economic and Policy Studies, Ministry of Agriculture. The question is, you have mentioned about employee assistance program. Knowing pandemic is very stressful, could you please elaborate a little bit more about this? About employee assistance program.
Yes, thank you for the question. Employee assistance program, at least in North America, or a range of services that employers typically will hire out. They are companies that specialize in this. And typically they have a range of services. It can be the access to psychologists and counseling. It can be access to trainers for physical activity. It can be also legal services to help employees if they have legal issue or financial planning questions, access to a range of specialists and professionals, just to make sure employees have assistance, can have advice, can have some peace of mind, can have some help in their personal lives, because we know that the personal life can also affect the work life, right? That's what employee assistance programs are. We also, like on my campus, we have a health and wellness unit where we have a lot of webinars on different topics like self-help, managing stress, managing people, social equity, diversity, etc., etc. So it's something that is common in North America. I have to admit, I don't know if in Asia that's something that our organizations can offer, but that's what it is.
Okay, thank you. See, this is the next questions. I think this one is very easy for you. What is the most challenging situation for special libraries right now? The most challenging situation right now, please.
Well, there are multiple challenges. The most challenging, well, it is challenging, but it's also the most important. It's always managing your personnel, making sure they are okay, making sure they have the tools they need to do their job, especially if you're not reopened yet, if people are still working from home. Making sure they feel included, that they feel involved, that there's still links between people, between colleagues. Probably, and then I would say also making sure that you prove your value to your organization, that you provide that return on investment, and that's going to be very important for the future of your library, your information center.
Okay. This is the fourth question because we still have time, Ms. Catherine. This is coming from Dr. Irma Suryani from ICASEPS, one of the center under the Ministry of Agriculture. The question is balancing work life, managing stress, which now is not only dominated by life, but also the COVID-19 pandemic creates significant problems. Based on your experiences, since the outbreak, how the member of the SLA facing these difficulties and how do they adjust their working habits, in particular for those who live in poor internet connection and lack of ownership of computer? It's a very long question, Ms. Catherine, but I think you can catch the question. Please.
Yes. Indeed, that is challenging. If I take just my experience in my academic library, of course, we have a range of people who are frontline workers, right? They work at the circulation desk, for example. They work at the reference desk. So a lot of my staff could do work from home. These people could not, because their job is to be the front line. So finding ways to occupy them, to still have them involved, was a little bit more difficult. In some of those cases, I had people who did not have a laptop at home or had only had their data network on their phone. They didn't have internet at work. Internet did not go to where they live. So finding occupation duties for these people have been a little bit more challenging. What I had them do while we were closed for several months is do a lot of professional development and finding ways for them to do that. If they could do it on their phone, if they could do it, provide them with something on physical paper. And then having them do some planning or some strategizing, or having them have ideas. I have an employee, no internet at home, and one of her jobs is to prepare online exhibits. So I had her work out on paper future exhibits without, she couldn't create them, but at least she could plan them ahead. That's some of the ways that I've worked through some of those issues. Just some examples.
Okay, I think that's a very good explanation, I think. Last but not least, Ms. Catherine, because even though I'm a moderator, I'm also a participant. So I'd like to ask one question. While the rest questions, we will send it to you, and please help us to answer it, and then we'll distribute to the one who asked the questions. My question is this. On your last sentences, you mentioned about technology as the savior during this pandemic era. Yes, we agree with that. But easy information can be traced and accessed through the computer machine at this moment. However, a detailed information of certain issues would be very difficult. So, the term professional librarian, in your opinion, how would they serve the people? Accurate information and make it very fast. Ms. Catherine.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's our goal, right, as professionals. You know, I said that for me, a library and information center, the heart of it, it's its people. It's not the physical building. You know, Lord forbid my library burns tomorrow morning, I still have a library because I still have my people. My collections can disappear, but if I have my librarians, my professionals who know how to identify, how to find the information elsewhere, wherever it may be, I can still have a library. And yes, that the technology certainly helps us do that. I think the strength would be then, and the way to do that is the challenge would be to how to get that information to the people who need them, with or without technology. I think it's possible. I think we are formed and we are trained and we have the experience to find the information wherever it is and be able to synthesize it or analyze it or distribute it to the according to the needs and the means to our constituent. I think technology helps, but I mean we can do it in other ways as well.
Yes, I think I agree with you. Technology will help us a lot, and but we need willingness to help or willingness to serve. I think that would be the professional librarian, as you mentioned earlier in your presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Catherine, for your time, and especially that you are joining us from Canada. Bogor, our place now, is 11 hours ahead of Montreal. And now I think it's almost midnight in your place. Midnight, I guess. So once again, thank you very much for sharing your experiences. I believe that we had a very active discussion today, and we learned a lot from your presentation. Ms. Catherine, on behalf of the director of the Center and the organizing committee, allow me to deliver token of appreciation for your valuable time and knowledge sharing in this session. I think this is very much Ms. Catherine. Moreover, I would like also to say thank to the participants for being very active in this session. Last but not least, thank you so much to Ms. Penny, Mrs. Rico, Mr. Zuhdi, and Mr. Ikhwan, who helped me in this session. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request all of you to give a round of applause to Ms. Catherine. Now I would like to ask all participants to open their camera for a photo session. I need everyone to hold their smile for a few minutes as we have quite a number of screens. Please open your camera. On 3, let me count. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next, please. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catherine Lavalle-Welsh and Dr. Sahat Pasaribu.
Distinguished participants, reviewers, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue the second plenary session. I would like to invite Professor Kathleen Lourdes B. Obili from the School of Library and Information Studies, University of the Philippines, Diliman. Dr. Wahida will chair this session. So we would like to invite Dr. Wahida to start the discussion. Dr. Wahida, the time is yours.
So, here is me again. So I hope everyone is not getting bored with me, okay? Let me start. So, good afternoon, distinguished presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Depending on where you are joining us from, welcome to the second session for the invited speaker at the first International Conference on Library and Information Sciences. My name is Wahida. Allow me to lead and chair the discussion today. And I would like to introduce the team that will support the session. Allow me to once again introduce Ms. Penny as the note taker. And during the Q&A, we have a small team, Mrs. Rico, Mr. Zuhdi, and Mr. Ikhwan, who will organize your question. Before we start, allow me to remind you a small housekeeping rules. During the event, the host will mute you all. However, we also invite you, once again, I mentioned, we invite you to be very active during the conference. You may put your question once you don't have to wait until the end of the presentation. So if you have any question for the speakers at any point, please leave it in the chat box features on the screen. I will address the question during the Q&A session. Nevertheless, today's event will be recorded for documentation purposes. Now let's back to our most important business today. So we are fortunate that we have Professor Kathleen Lourdes B. Obili from the School of Library and Information Studies, University of the Philippines, Diliman. The title of presentation is Zoom In on List Education, Transcending Obstacles and Moving Forward Post-Pandemic. Before we start, allow me to read Professor Obili's short biography. So Professor Obili has several research interests. One of those is information behavior, problem solving, application, synthesis, analysis, information literacy, critical use of information in everyday lives. In his role is an assistant professor in the School of Library and Information Studies in the Philippines of Diliman. He also put the interest on the management of academic and school libraries, accreditation, staffing, and budgeting concern. Also doing some works on the philosophy of information and information ethics, list education, also doing some cataloging. Some of those is history, trend, and development with focus on AACR2 and RDA. So I'm not familiar with this one, but let's talk about this later on. Professor Obaili also, has several publications, quite a number of professional experience. She was a dean at the UP School of Library from 2014 until 2020. And the most recent one, Professor Obaili is the steering committee chair for Asia Pacific Library and Information, Education and Practices since November 2019 up to present. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Kathleen Lourdes B. Obaili. Professor Obaili, the screen is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. So please allow me to share my screen. That's the wrong one. Okay, I'll just make the adjustment and there we go. So good morning, everyone. I hope everyone, you're all safe and well. It's a rainy morning here. As there is a storm in the Eastern Visayas. Rain or shine, I will proceed with my talk entitled Zoom In on LIS Education, Transcending Obstacles and Moving Forward Post-Pandemic. Dr. Kasdi Subagiono, General Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Abdul Basit, the head of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, my fellow invited speaker, Ms. Catherine Lavelle Welch, also the President-elect of SLA, dear organizers and reviewers, participants, good morning. I see familiar names and faces in the participants' view, and it's nice to see you here, albeit online. Special greetings to some participants coming from the Philippines. Hello, magandang umaga. And to our Bahasa speaking participants, salamat pagi. I would like to thank Dr. Bambang Winarco for this opportunity to be one of your speakers in this international conference on library and information sciences. And I would like to congratulate the Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia and the Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination for organizing and making this conference happen despite the challenges we are facing now. I would also like to thank Google Maps for making it possible for me to visit Bogor. More than a year ago, community quarantines were enforced in many parts of the world to mitigate the spread of the virus. Schools and higher education institutions have been greatly impacted with the situation, as most have had no experience with online or distance education, let alone how to survive a pandemic. Library and information science schools were not spared of such predicament, despite the fact that we deal with information technology. While some LIS schools have experiences with online or distance education, some were just starting. Others have not considered this at all. We were not prepared. We were fighting to survive. It was not easy to just shift gears from face-to-face learning to online learning. We were caring for family members who got sick, and we could hardly manage our time to include teaching and or addressing school requirements on top of household, logistical, financial, as well as mental and physical health concerns. Since the quarantine restrictions were enforced mid-March of last year, most LIS schools operating on a June to March or July to April calendars were toward the end of their semesters. For some, they were just toward the middle of their semester, like in our case at the UP School of Library and Information Studies. As such, we had to make the decision whether to proceed with the semester or otherwise, considering that faculty and students alike were not properly geared toward remote learning. Our syllabi were planned on a face-to-face modality, and shifting to online or remote learning does not mean merely holding classes, and transferring it to an online video conferencing application. We had many factors to consider, and these included technological capabilities of both teachers and students, learning outcomes to be fulfilled, and health and safety of the faculty, staff, and students. You see, the internet connectivity in the Philippines is one of the slowest. Not all of our students and faculty members have excellent connections in their homes, dorms, and/or boarding houses, much like the situation in Canada, as Ms. Catherine has discussed earlier. Our homes were not prepared for remote learning. How do you expect a typical middle-class family of 5 or 6, all at home, working and schooling at the same time, from 8 to 5 p.m.? My laptop then was running on Intel Celeron. I know, right? It was working for my word processing, email, Netflix, Facebook, but it wasn't prepared for MS Teams or Zoom meetings and presenting over these applications. My case wasn't as dire because there were those who don't have any devices to connect to the internet, as was the case for some students who only had internet access on campus and use computers in the library or in their computer laboratories. And we couldn't bear to live with the thought of proceeding with the semester without everyone on board. While the university has contingency plans for the facilitation of learning in times of disruption, the pandemic is a different kind of disruption. Our university mandated the suspension of classes about a month or two to give the faculty members time to calibrate their courses for remote learning and explore alternative delivery modes. This was also to give time to faculty, staff, and students to attend to their personal needs. The academic break gave us some time to rethink about the whole scenario of remote learning. And we had so many questions, from pedagogical to technical and even financial concerns. How can we teach indexing, abstracting, as well as cataloging and classification online or remotely? How can we measure the learning of our students in the programming courses or database management courses and other ICT courses? How can students engage in practicum or internship in a remote learning setup? How can we conduct research and data gathering in these times? How can we proceed with our classes knowing full well that we have poor internet connection? And how can we enable all our students to proceed with the semester knowing their varying capabilities and capacities? How can we help students who do not have devices and internet connectivity? These were mind-boggling questions on top of the health and safety concerns. Do we have mass testing? Where can we avail of health services? When is the vaccination coming? What should I do when I get symptoms? How can we get food or go to where we need to go? But that wasn't enough. Our government leaders don't seem to care. And that's where I have to stop before I say something else outside the parameters of my speech. Next slide. We took a step back and dealt with what we could deal with at that time. We started learning the ropes of remote learning, and we determined other applications we can use and how to use these in class. Like many of our fellow teachers out there, we tried almost everything and anything that was free. We used what was available from what applications that were subscribed to by our university, but we also used Facebook Messenger, Facebook groups, Facebook video calls, Viber, Skype. And then later on, we learned how to use Zoom, Google Meet, MS Teams, and other applications. We didn't have time for baby steps as we were trying to cram the whole what was left of the semester. And for all we know it, we were already conducting webinars. It wasn't easy, but we were fortunate to have with us faculty members who were adept with the use of technology. The university organized webinars and other learning fora to equip the faculty members on how to proceed with remote learning. While we had a virtual learning environment, which was Moodle-based, most of us used this as a depository of our readings and submission bin for requirements. We had to calibrate our courses to be more responsive to remote learning. We also had to go back to our syllabi and the items we have listed there and restructure them guided by the questions. What items here are do the students need to know? And how much time do we spend for each topic in a remote setting? How can we teach these in an online environment or a remote environment? And how can we teach these items to those who do not have any computer or internet connectivity? We had to revisit the items in our syllabi, and we had to think of at least 3 scenarios in revising our syllabi. For those who have computers, we have planned activities for them. For those who have computer devices but may have limitations, like they may share it with the others in their household, or they may have intermittent internet connectivity. And those who do not have any computer or mobile phone, do we have face-to-face or a limited face-to-face, or those questions? We thought of ways of delivering our lessons and conducting evaluation and assessment considering these scenarios. We prepared course packs to include the course outline, the lessons, the resources, assessment and activities, and other requirements, and prepared these for both online and printed modes. These course packs are mainly self-instructional modules, and teachers are there to facilitate learning, whether in the online or offline environments. As they are self-instructional, they are also self-sufficient. And they have all the necessary reading materials such as book chapters, articles, and that the students need to fulfill in that course. We had to coordinate with our librarians on how to access the resources, and they gladly obliged. They sourced out open access resources that can be alternatives to copyrighted materials, and sought ways of providing library service for all our students and faculty members who need them. We did this in the UPS-LIS, and we had another session of redesigning LIS syllabi with our fellow LIS faculty members across LIS schools in the Philippines who had similar predicaments as we had. The Commission on Higher Education of the Philippines mandated for public and private higher education institutions to implement flexible learning mode so that we can proceed with the incoming academic year despite the pandemic. In its memorandum, the CHED defines flexible learning as a pedagogical approach allowing flexibility of time, place, and audience, including but not solely focused on the use of technology, take note, although it commonly uses the delivery methods of distance education and facilities of education technology. This may vary depending on the levels of technology, availability of devices, internet connectivity, level of digital literacy, and approaches. Flexible learning has the learners as the center of this approach. So we determined the needs and sentiments of our students and used these as one of the parameters in our redesign of the syllabi. We had a meeting with LIS teachers from various LIS schools in the Philippines in relation to revising our syllabi for flexible learning. Sharing our stories with each other somehow made the tasks ahead a little less daunting. We all had to shift to remote learning as there was no way we could proceed with an in-classroom setup. Some of the LIS schools had virtual learning environments, but some didn't. While waiting for their school administration to set up VLEs, they resorted to what was readily available and free, of course. We also determined which areas we need to strengthen ourselves with, and we conducted webinars for our fellow LIS teachers to prepare for the academic year. Academic year 2020-2021 did not go without a hitch, even if we just had enough time to prepare our course packs. Internet connection was still a problem, along with the home setup. When everyone at the home goes to work or school online, the house gets either too silent or too noisy. Devices were also an issue, that even when we were able to source out benefactors, we could not acquire devices because of the high demand for these. Everyone needed a smartphone, a tablet, a laptop, or a desktop computer, and we couldn't find a store that has the right device at the right price. As for online learning environments and video conferencing software, it was a steep learning curve for everyone. Think about your first online meeting as an attendee or your first online meeting as a host or presenter. Was it successful or was it a cringe moment? A year after, and I still sometimes forget to put my microphone on mute. And I'm still discovering so many things in relation to online presentation. And I learned a cool trick now, actually. The problems we faced in the Philippines were not far from our Southeast Asian country neighbors. We share the same issues of not having the proper digital infrastructure to enable fast internet connectivity. And even in our North American and European counterparts, they still have issues with internet. In the article of Balakrishnan that looked into the attempts of 4 Southeast Asian countries to mitigate learning loss due to COVID-19, found that the challenges faced by the countries, specifically Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand, are not unique. The communities in the fringes of societies are the ones greatly affected by the pandemic in terms of education. While the city centers are connected to the internet, the rural areas are barely connected. The pandemic not only exposed the issues in our health care systems, but also exposed the wide digital divide. Jali wrote an article in March of 2020 when schools were starting to move to online platforms. And she said that while Kuala Lumpur has high internet speed, this could not be said for those in East Malaysia. While our response in the Philippines was to implement a flexible learning modality instead of the fully online arrangement, its implementation was easier said than done. The quarantine restricted much of the movement from procuring materials needed to printing and collating and delivering these to the recipients. A year after, and we look back at what we have conquered. Somehow we have managed to transcend our difficulties despite the obstacles. For universities in the Philippines, they have provided the necessary administrative, technical, financial, and logistical support to faculty members and students in varying circumstances. In our case, we received some allowance for internet subscription, financial assistance, and loans were available to faculty members, and webinars for navigating the various online resources that we had were also available. We also communicated regularly with our colleagues and staff and made it a point to be updated with each other and check up on one another just to make sure they are okay. And being available to our students as well. Teachers made sure that we were available to our students. For our case, we conducted at least one online meeting with our students per semester, like a general assembly for students. We normally have one at the beginning of each semester when we had our face-to-face classes, and this was dubbed Kapihan with the Dean or Coffee with the Dean, where we serve coffee and cookies for the attendees. We were available in formal channels as our official email, but we were also available on Facebook Messenger or Viber. Some of us have Slack channels, or the more adventurous ones have Discord. I don't have that. The UPSLIS, the most important decision we made was to accept the fact that given the limitations at that time, we couldn't make remote learning at par with what we had during face-to-face sessions. Our ICT courses were the hardest hit because most of these needed lecture and hands-on sessions in the computer laboratory setting. But adjustments had to be made and expectations managed. Our ICT faculty members sought out free and open access software, learning materials, and learning opportunities. Our mantra, of course, was do not reinvent the wheel. If it is there and available, use it, and acknowledge those who have made it possible and available. Teaching and cataloging and classification was also daunting. In the face-to-face setting, we have the manuals with us, and we still teach our students to leaf through these manuals and select the best subject heading or the best classification notation. While we have access to the Library of Congress classification online, we do not have access on a per-student basis, which made it a bit difficult. Also, our LC access online was within the network of the university only. So the only way was to get excerpts from the DDC, the LC, the Sears list, the LCSH, and to make it correspond with the exercises that we give for our students and have them in our course packs like so. For internship courses, which required students to be on a library or information center setting, to learn hands-on also suffered some setbacks. Students were not allowed to go out, and libraries were also closed. So we thought of ways on how to enable them to pursue internship. Our college library accommodated some students to work online. They were tasked to create infographics, like so, source out open access materials for specific LIS courses, compiled and repackaged these as well. They were also tasked to create orientation materials on how to use or access our online resources. Some were given research assistant work, and some were given data management work, all in an online remote setting. While limited, these were still learning opportunities for our students. The other concern we had was with respect to our research classes. Our students are required to complete a research study, like a thesis, as a requirement for graduation, and most researches necessitate going to sectors of communities to gather data, which of course was not allowed. Some were able to complete their data gathering using online surveys and online interviews, but some had to revise their methods entirely. During the iFederation meeting sometime in March 2021, reports from the iSchool sector indicated that iSchool members also made revisions in their research requirements because of the quarantine restrictions. Even our North American and European counterparts have made adjustments in their research requirements because going to the field for data gathering is definitely a health protocol violation. The iFederation is an informal collaboration of information-related organizations, and for now it is composed of the iSchools, the Association of Library and Information Science Education, or ALIS, and Association for Information Science and Technology, or ASIST. We sourced out learning opportunities for ourselves and for our students and our fellow LIS teachers. I couldn't count the many webinars and online conferences that I have attended. IFLA has hosted several webinars from the World Library Information aside from the World Library Information Congress that was online. Many library organizations, associations, and societies brought their meetings, events, workshops, and seminars online. Some were for a fee, but most of these were free. We just had to deal with the time difference. The UPSLIS also came out with several online learning events and hosted monthly webinars, which we dubbed Webinar Wednesdays or WebWed, and made these available for free. We have our own YouTube channel, and you can watch their episodes from our previous shows, For the Record, Faculty Room, Digital Scholarship, and other events. We have definitely made a strong online presence. We received a grant from the National Committee on LIS of the National Commission on Culture and the Arts, and this grant enabled us to conduct online training for those handling school libraries in the public sector and public libraries, especially the ones in the provinces. We also conducted training for our fellow LIS teachers to train them for teaching in the flexible learning setup and revising their syllabi as well. Our students had difficulties adjusting to the new setup. It was difficult to elicit responses from them during online classes via Zoom or Google Meet. While these are not the same as face-to-face interaction, online games can light up the mood. Some students, however, found the arrangement better and were faring much better in the terms of participation and output. There is no one-size-fits-all model for learning, and a key point that educators must not forget is that the learners are the center of this process. So we need to get to know our students and know what is best for them. Moving forward, we have learned from the past year of conducting remote learning, and we have noted some concerns that we needed to address and improve. We also noted some methods or techniques that work and resolved to put them to good use. The flexible learning modality is here to stay, as our chairperson on the Commission on Higher Education said. This is met with mixed reactions from education sector, but I would second him. The flexible learning, when implemented properly, is helpful for students and faculty members alike. It addresses the inequalities and, believe it or not, traffic and transportation. We are in a time of paradigm shift. We can't go back to how we were exactly like before. And the only way to move forward is to accept that this is so. How can we move forward? As situations and circumstances differ from one country or one institution to another, I have no definite guide or list of things to do that I myself have constructed. However, let me direct you to UNESCO International Commission on the Futures of Education in their 9 ideas for public action. These were formulated because COVID-19 has brought to light weaknesses and vulnerabilities in education, such as digital divide, inequalities, and teacher capabilities. But while these difficulties were realized, there were also positive outcomes that were realized, such as solidarity, resilience, resourcefulness, dedication, and creativity. First is a call for a strengthened public commitment to education as a common good. Like public health, education is also for all. Our remote learning arrangements should include those without devices and internet connections. We should devise learning materials and learning plans for them as well. Our stance should be no man left behind. Our move to recalibrate our syllabi for remote learning with consideration of at least 3 situations of our learners in a way addresses this call. We will continue to do so and hope that others will heed this call as well. Second is a call for an expanded understanding of the right to education, and this right extends to learners of all ages. Given the learning modalities we have now, it should not be difficult to welcome all those who are willing and able and willing to learn to go back to school despite their circumstances. Age should not be a hindrance. Third is a call to value the professional expertise of teachers and create conditions that give frontline educators autonomy and flexibility to act collaboratively. The teachers have made plenty of sacrifices in this shift to remote learning. We have all been in a crash course mode, learning the intricacies of video conferencing software applications, enabling student learning and participation in online or remote learning, using learning management systems, and teaching others how to do this as well. These were not easy times for us teachers, and this is not the time to blame us for when you or your children could feel that you are not learning well enough. Instead, we cooperate or collaborate. Let us know where you are having difficulties so we can make the necessary changes. The fourth is a call to prioritize the participation of students and young people to co-construct with them the change they wish to see. As the main stakeholder of the education sector, their voices should be heard as they have experienced the travails of remote learning firsthand. While we as educators may think we know what is best for them, we should also talk to them and listen to what they have to say that may validate what we know or change this for the better. The fifth is a call to protect and transform the school as a separate space-time, specific and different from home and other spaces of learning, where there is as much growth and expansion of social understanding as there is acquisition of skills, competencies, and knowledge. With the shift to remote learning, some have realized that they can learn outside the school setting and that they may not need to go to school at all. However, even when we are facing a paradigm shift from traditional classroom setting to hybrid forms of teaching, we should realize that what we learn from school is different from what we learn outside school, and that these two settings are different and both are equally important as areas of learning. We should not undermine the efforts that our school teachers have put in the development of remote learning modules for the best interests of the learners were considered when we made these modules. Sixth is a call for the development and distribution of open educational resources and open platforms. The use of open educational resources addresses the inequalities that have surfaced. Also, teachers should not be dependent on the materials created by public companies, which are very costly. The move to remote learning should not be dominated by technology companies and their products. As information professionals, we should take the lead in sourcing out free and openly accessible information sources for our clients. The seventh is a call to prioritize scientific literacy to ensure a curriculum with strong humanistic objectives that explores the relationship between fact and knowledge and is capable of leading students to understand and situate themselves in a complex world. We have seen a spread of misinformation in so many aspects, from entertainment to health to politics and the like. And being caught in the crossfire of misinformation is detrimental to us all. The call to prioritize scientific literacy along with developing and enhancing information and digital literacies can mitigate the spread of misinformation. As information professionals, this is our contribution to the future of education. The eighth is a call to mobilize around the protection of public education and its financing. Privatizing education institutions and budget cuts to the education sector will increase the inequalities in learning, and we can't let this happen. The ninth is a call to commit to a global solidarity that does not accept current levels of inequality. We need to revitalize international cooperation and global solidarity with empathy and an appreciation of our common humanity at the core. Regardless of race, education, gender, or age, the pandemic has affected us. And instead of building walls of segregation, we must break them down and recognize that we are all in this together. With this, I end my speech, and I hope you were able to learn from this as I have. The following are some of the references I consulted. The sources of the photos I used are indicated in the slides earlier. And once again, I am Kathleen Lourdes B. Obilie from the School of Library and Information Studies of the University of the Philippines in Diliman. And you can reach me at kate@slis.upd.edu.ph. Terima kasih, maraming salamat, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Obilie. Now I would like goes into reading you some question coming from the audience. So the first one coming from Permatasari or Permatasari. So the question is, what is the CRESS program to solve internet connection problem in the Philippines? So you may answer this, please. Professor Obilie, the screen is yours.
Yes. Well, the crash course was not to solve the internet connection in the Philippines. We can't solve that. That is a structural a problem that we leave to the experts out there. There was a crash course to enable teachers to learn how to teach in a distance mode or in a remote setting setup. We were all experts in teaching in the classroom or in the face-to-face setting, but there is a different technique or paradigms to teaching in a remote setup. So that's what the University of the Philippines Open University was able to teach to the faculty members. And these materials are available online. You can look for these in YouTube with special mention of University of the Philippines Open University resources, I think.
Okay, so thank you so much for this. And then I come to the next question, Professor Obilie. It's coming from Mr. Bambang from Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination. The question is, regarding limitation on internet connectivity in the Philippines, what is the role of the government to help the poor? That's the first one. And then the second one, does the government subsidize them with internet quota and tools? Please, Professor Obilie.
I think I cannot speak for the government, but maybe I can speak for the cases of other institutions. Like for us, we were given internet subsidy, like an allowance from our university. Some workers received the internet broadband package provided by their offices. But the internet connection is really a structural problem. And I guess that can't be addressed over time because a lot of planning that can be put into that and a lot of structural issues to be addressed. And we do what we can to mitigate the difficulties that we are facing. So I think mobile devices have been helpful, but again, these are not entirely the solution to the problem.
So is there any subsidies from the government, Professor Obaili?
Maybe for some offices, government offices.
Okay. All right. So we come up to the third question. So it's coming from Fidayati Ulfa. This is from National Veterinary Drug Assay Laboratory. Her question is human library could be adopted in special library in the pandemic era?
I think that's the question for Catherine. But, well, if a human library is usually done on a face-to-face setting, but maybe they can also adopt it in a remote setup like what we're having. So we bring them online. I think that could be done.
Okay, and we still have the question. Now, the fourth one is from Rachelia, National Library of Indonesia. So her question is, I want to ask how the use of digital library in the Philippines during the pandemic era regarding, as you mentioned earlier in your presentation, some areas in the Philippines has limitation of internet connection.
Yes. For the use of digital libraries, well, the universities have started acquiring more digital resources, and depending on the arrangements that we have, we also use other forms of communication in sending these resources out. Our libraries sometimes have a direct link to Messenger or a Facebook Messenger, which is available to most who have mobile devices. And I think using the Messenger sometimes can be free, so this is more available. And I think they use this to send information or lead them to sources of information. While the internet connection is limited, there are other ways for us to deliver information. We have also used courier delivery services like Grab delivery, or sometimes the snail mail. We print it out and then send it out.
Yeah, I think in Indonesia it's very popular too, Professor Obaili. We have, everything, now online. We call it Gojek here. We have those kind of platform as well. Allow me to close this session by asking you a question. So if you don't mind. So I think very interesting to hear when you mention about self-instructional modules. A solution to mitigate the obstacle in the learning pattern. That's my assumption from to hearing your presentation. My question is the first one. How your students respond on this as a new learning modules?
Well, we received varying responses, but some were very positive in the sense that they were all able to manage their time, because at the onset they already have the prescribed readings, the prescribed activities, and they were able to manage their time and resources well. However, some would, have the culture of cramming, sometimes like me, that we do everything one day. Different reactions from our students.
So, Professor Obaili, I think the condition in Indonesia and the Philippines were almost similar.
Yes.
So, how do you see, this is my last one, how do you see the future in using digital system on LIS? Especially knowing Indonesian an archipelago country with a quad range of internet connection and ownership of the devices, computer/mobile phone. Do you think the transformation learning, like self-instructional modules, could be one solution as well in our country? I need your perspective on this.
Yes, on my perspective, this is one solution. We can print the self-instructional modules and send it out to those who do not have internet connection, and they can do it on a paper and pencil kind of activity. They need not connect to the internet. That's why in one of the modules that I have developed, the what do you call this? Information ethics module, we have said there are the things that they need to know, and there are the things that they can know. It is so nice to know for them to go through this. So it is important for them to know the concepts and read the book chapters. And it is also nice for them to know that there are videos and that there are shows or series available online that they can watch that has implications to information ethics, like person of interest, if you're familiar, or the one by Rami Malek, I, Robot, or Mr. Robot, or something like that. So we lead them to all these resources. But if they don't have access to these, they can, they can still learn the totality of the course even without going through these online sources.
So once again, thank you very much, Professor Obaili, for your time and sharing your experiences. I do believe that we had a great discussion today, and then not only me, all the participants learned a lot from your experience and presentation. Professor Obaili, on behalf of the director and the organizing committee, allow me to deliver token of appreciation for your valuable time and knowledge sharing in this session. Okay, I hope you love this one. And then we're gonna send it to you. You can print and then you can put in your room, Professor Obaili.
Yes, thank you. That's lovely.
Thank you so much. Moreover, I would like also to say thanks to the participants for being very active in this session. Thank you so much to Ms. Penny, Mrs. Rico, Mr. Zudi, and Mr. Ikhwan. Now, I would like to request all of you to give a round of applause to Professor Obaili. This is the last part. I would like to ask all participants, including Professor Obaili, you still there? Yes. Please open the camera for the photo session. We would like to have something memory with Professor Obaili. I need everyone to open their camera and also hold their smile. We have 3 screens, so it's quite a while. Okay, only maybe less than 5 minutes. Let me count on 3. 1, 2, 3, and smile. So we're finished with the first screen. Goes to the next one. Everyone be ready. On 3, 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, this is the last one. On 3, let me count. I need everyone to be ready. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat, Professor Kathleen. Thank you very much. And thank you also to Dr. Wahida for the chair of this session. We still have plenty of time. And,
I think so, Pa.
But it's lunchtime now in the Philippines, I guess.
Yes.
So please proceed.
Okay, it's lunchtime too in Indonesia. So thank you very much. Now we will have a lunch break and Zuhur prayer. Please enjoy your lunch and join us again in the main room at 12:30 p.m. The parallel session will start from 12:30 p.m. There will be breakout session in 4 different rooms, which is you have been selected when you're doing the registration. You will be automatically linked to your selection room. I just repeat, you will be automatically linked to your selection room. The organizer will help you on this. And please rename yourself. So if you are the presenter, please rename yourself as PR_room_ID paper_name. And if you are the participant, we kindly request you to rename your name as NP_room_name. Don't turn off your Zoom meeting and please come back in your designated breakout room by 12:30 p.m.
Once again, I would like to remind you, please rename yourself if you are the presenter with PR_room_ID paper_name. And if you are the participant, rename as NP_room_name. Don't turn off your Zoom meeting and please come back to your designated breakout room at 12:30 p.m. sharp. 12:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things through virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare-book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum. thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at Digital Agricultural Knowledge Library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, support inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneur, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things through virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, spread inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. We bring Pustaka close to its users. Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual DRS activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always been the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka. Library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things through virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at a digital agricultural knowledge library. They bring Pustaka close to its users. Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual DRS activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always been the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, spread inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things through virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare-book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at Digital Agricultural Knowledge Library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual DRS activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It is also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extension worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always been the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It is also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always been the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka Library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka Library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka Library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare-book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the parallel session at Room 2 in this conference. This International Conference on Libraries and Information Science 2021 take the theme Library Trends in Post-COVID-19 Pandemic Era, held by the Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, today on September 7th, 2021. Well, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Ivan, and you can call me Ivan. I am ICALTD staff and will be serving as your moderator today. And we have the note taker here, Ms. Herianti, Ms. Ira Dwi, and Ms. Sutarsa. Thank you for being here. And I also have a few housekeeping notes. The first, today's session is being recorded for available for viewing post-conference. Our presenter today will have a total of 10 minutes for each presentation. So we have 50 minutes in total. Then it will be followed by question and answer for 30 minutes after the end of the 5 presentation. You can ask through chat room, and I will then read question for your presenter to the answer. So, in the morning plenary, we discussed about some various aspects of today library and information science. We then continue to the afternoon session here. In this session, we present you with 5 presenters. They will be discussing various topics, and I hope it will give you all many inspiration. For our first speakers, we have Ms. Hana Nur Fadila and Ms. Nina Mayesti from Universitas Indonesia, who will be present the role of ICALTD in developing repository of Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia. This article is related to sharing and reusing the agriculture knowledge. And the presentation will be presented by Ms. Hana. The screen, to Ms. Hana, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, dear amazing audience. My name is Hana Nur Fadila from Universitas Indonesia. Before I start, I want to say thank you for the opportunity so that today I can present my paper with my beloved lecturer, Ibu Nina Mayesti. The title is The Role of Pustaka Bogor in the Development of Indonesia Ministry of Agriculture Repository, or in bahasa, peran Pusat Perpustakaan dan Penyebaran Teknologi Pertanian Pustaka Bogor dalam pengembangan repositori Kementerian Pertanian RI. So, this research background are, first, agricultural sector has an important role for life, especially in Indonesia. This statement is supported by Sofia and Rahayu research in 2018, which explain the many roles of agricultural sector. Next, we know that today we live in information era, and information is known as a strategic sources for many sectors in life. So the information about agriculture is needed to advise the agricultural sector. But the problem in Indonesia is farmers are one of the parties with weak access to information sources, so they can only rely on the capacity of extension workers. And it was said at Elian et al. Research in 2014. Kementan, of course, has commitment for this problem. So, through the Pustaka Bogor, Kementan has built repository of Kementan to collect, preserve, and disseminate agricultural information. Today, there are so many studies that discuss about repository. But unfortunately in Indonesia, currently there is no study or evaluation regarding the role of Pustaka in developing repository of Kementan. This is very important to do as an evaluation material for Pustaka, so Pustaka can increase their role in repository development. Therefore, the research purpose of this paper is to examine the role of Pustaka in developing repository of Kementan and also to identify the problems that found in the development of repository so it can be used as evaluation material for Pustaka. This research uses a qualitative approach and case study methods for data collection and analysis. We also did observation to the three objects. They are Pustaka website, Kementan portal, and of course repository of Kementan website. And then we did interviews with three amazing informants who play a direct role in the development of repository. They are Bapak Rahman, Bapak Zudi, and Ibu Sinta. To identify the role of Pustaka, this paper used 8 points of the roles of library in repository development. They are collection, processing, preservation, evaluation, integration, promotion, dissemination, and user education. These points are obtained by combining the result of Wing Bagyu and Idna Nurhaini Hatna research. A brief explanation about Pustaka. Pustaka is known as the main manager of repository of Kementan. This relates to the position of Pustaka, which is under the Secretariat Jenderal of Kementan, and also related to the main datis and principal of Pustaka. Next is about repository of Kementan. At first, repository of Kementan was Badan Litbang of Kementan's repository. Then, in 2017, the dummy of repository was built by the time the movement of Pustaka's position to be under the Secretariat Jenderal. Currently, the repository uses Dispace software, and its target audience is very large, from farmers, students, researchers, to university students. Okay, now is the main discussion about Pustaka's role in developing repository of Kementan. First is collecting the content. To collect the repository content, Pustaka implements 2 activities.
Recording in progress.
The first is self-archiving, where Pustaka gives an operational access to the publication division of each UK or UPT in Kementan to upload their own publication to the repository. Then Pustaka also harvests metadata and file from a journal of Kementan Research and Development Agency, or also known as a journal Badan Litbang, using Dispace OAIPMH feature. In collecting content, Pustaka only has one main criterion, which is that must be published by Kementan. It means all the publication of Kementan can become a collection of repository. Next is processing. In grouping collection, repository collection are grouped by the type of the collection, such as book, journal, magazine, and so on. This is done to make it easier for the user to find information in the repository. Pustaka also upload their own publication to the repository, make a repository processing guide, and organize repository processing training for UKPT of Kementan. In processing activity, Pustaka has not carried out verification or data checking activity before uploading it to the repository. So, if there is an error in writing metadata, it will be known after the collection is uploaded to the repository. Next role is preservation. The first preservation activity that carried out by Pustaka is backupping data once a week to an external hard disk. And then Pustaka provides a capable repository server storage about 64 TB and doing infrastructure maintenance by ensuring the software used is always up to date. And the last is use universal data format to the collection. The selected format is PDF. Pustaka preservation activity can still be improved by paying attention to disaster planning, so that when a natural disaster suddenly occurs, Pustaka not only rely on data backups. Move to evaluation. Evaluation is identical to standard. Usually, evaluation is done by comparing something with the standard they use. But in this case, Pustaka still does not use any standard in building repository of Kementan. However, Pustaka still evaluate their repository, which are divided into 3 categories. They are back-end evaluation by monitoring repository server and checking application performance, front-end evaluation by checking input process error via user interface, and the last is evaluate the operator performance and activity to the repository. Repository of Kementan has been integrated with several systems, such as Regional Badan Litbang when doing harvesting data. Repository also integrated with Pustaka's website and Kementan portals, so when opening these 2 websites, user can also connect to repository of Kementan. This is also related to promotional activity carried by Pustaka, especially passive promotion. Passive promotion that Pustaka does is providing more than one way to access the repository other than the main repository website, such as integrating it with Pustaka's website and Kementan portal. Pustaka also carry out active promotion with organize and participate in several exhibitions and uploading the promotional content to the social media. Next is dissemination. To share the repository collection to the wider community, Pustaka has carried out several dissemination activities. The first is distributing several repository collections such as poster, brochure, and so on when participating in exhibition. Pustaka also do dissemination to social media by producing and uploading information repackaging like book reviews or infographic that made from repository collection. Pustaka is also active distributing repository collection related to the virtual literacy theme during the virtual literacy event. And this method has proven effective in increasing the number of repository visitors. The last rule is user education. To introduce the repository and how to use it, Pustaka did user education activity by creating an information literacy program. Usually, Pustaka goes to a content group such as students or researchers to introduce the resource of information owned by Pustaka, including repository. But in this COVID-19 pandemic era, this program is changed into virtual literacy program. The librarian on duty is also active in teaching the library visitor about how to find information using the repository of Kementan. In the future, Pustaka may be able to improve user education activity by utilizing audiovisual technology such as making interactive video and share it into social media. Next is about problems and obstacles. Based on the research finding, there are 4 obstacles in developing the repository. The first is there are no written policies or rules related to repository, starting from policies that explain the position of repository in Pustaka to the regulation that regarding collection content for UKOPT of Kementan. Even though the policies are on process of being drafted, it still creates another problems, that is the spread staff works motivation to upload their collection to the repository. And yeah, this happened because there is no policies or rules about it yet. Next, when we access the repository, we will usually see that there is some inconsistent metadata. For example, in writing the title or author's name. Based on the interview, this happened because there are so many operators who input data to the repository, which shows there are different understanding among operators from each UKOPT. The last problem is unclear organization structures. It also comes back again that there are no policies and rules regarding the position of repository in Pustaka. It is known that currently there is no division that is fully responsible for managing the repository. This is become a problem because when one of the staff find a problem in the repository, the staff is confused to whom they should report the problem. The last is conclusion and suggestion. For the conclusion, Pustaka has played the role of library in developing the repository of Kementan. This is indicated by the ability of Pustaka to carry out the 8 roles of libraries in the repository. Although Pustaka can carry out all the roles, there are still obstacles and problems in the development of repository. Then it was found that the main problem is there is no written policies and rules regarding to the repository, which eventually caused the other problems. So, based on the problems, the right step for Pustaka in the future is to formulate and establish the policies and the written rules regarding to the repository. Pustaka also can consider starting to use standards in developing the repository. Okay, that's all from me. I know there are still a lot of mistakes in presenting my paper, but I hope that this can be useful for us. Thank you so much for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Hana. Surprisingly, that Ms. Hana is a fresh graduate from Universitas Indonesia, majoring in library and information science. So we can moving right along to another presentation. Here we have Ms. Endang Fatmawati of Universitas Diponegoro, a lecturer from Universitas Diponegoro, who will present the short-term milestone implementation of library governance of Universitas Diponegoro in pandemic condition. So, Ms. Endang, the screen is yours.
Hello everyone. How do you feel today? I hope you all everything it's okay, healthy and well. First of all, let me introduce myself. As the moderator introduced earlier, my name is Endang Fatmawati. You can call me Endang. I am a head of library in Economic and Business Faculty of Diponegoro University. Today I am going to talk about implementation of short-term milestone in the library governance strategy of Diponegoro University during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I really feel honored to be presenter today. I will be talking about 5 points. First, I will be present starting from the problem background of my research, and I will talk about method, result, and discussion. And after that, I will point out that conclusion and lesson learned. First, let me talk about 6 main points. For example, in not yet optimal socialization of the use resource collection and library service hours during the pandemic COVID-19. And the research method was carried with a descriptive approach, I think, and data collection technique with focus group discussion and interview with stakeholders. The result of the study revealed that the Undip Library had implemented a priority plan of activities in short-term phase from March until April 1991. And therefore still a limited number of certified librarians in the second, and not now co-working space in library. So the 5, not yet optimal cooperation with other institution or organization in the field of libraries. And finally, I'm going to elaborate on rector regulation in library management. Research object is Undip Library. You can see in this slide that the Undip Library background say as UPT Perpustakaan consists of 4 floors at Tembalang campus location in Semarang, Central Java. And the main task of its function is as technical implementing unit, has a vision and plays a role in supporting of the three dharma of higher education. Marketing strategy using for PFN1C and you know the slide so that the research and discussion we can note that from the initial condition and the expected condition. So in here there is gap, and gap is great, so it's innovation and my research. So in this gap and innovation strategy and library governance. The results are discussed starting with identifying milestones, then communicating with stakeholders, and managing in milestone by implementing short-term milestone. So on the next slide, there is a difference between output and outcome. If the output is, I think, in accordance with the problem formulation and research objective and problem statement before, and meanwhile the outcome is more sophisticated. Output relate to user satisfaction, certified librarians, optimizing collaboration. There is co-working space, integrating website. I think, and this very important. There is a regulation regarding the management of the Undip library. And this year, the official rector's regulation on library management is necessary to important, I think. The following of display, there is evidence of data collection by interviews from informant. So the technique use focus group discussion, both offline and online. And I interviewed informant from internal and external holders. So on the next slide, the following is an example of a website migration implementation display with the technical and information technology team. So on the next slide, marketing strategy 1P and 1C. I think for the product to be first, a product to be first, I think, and foremost, and then promotion, strategy promotion, valuable price, and I think the price in this context is not only in the form of a budget, I think, but actually can be any more. For example, like librarian competence, staff who are expert in information technology, and anything else. So one more fee in place, I think is clear in Diponegoro University Library. So then the users are academic community and external stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, then there is a difference between output and outcome. So in here, there is a difference before and after implementation. In the implementation of milestone, there is a shift of stakeholder in favor of short-term invoicing. You can see on the slide that implementation of the marketing strategy changed in the 4 quadrants, namely from latent to promoters and apathetic to defenders. Let's have a look at these photos. Are the result of implementing regulation about co-working space at the Diponegoro University Library. You can see that. And let me show you a 30 slide to illustrate this example of the promotion media that was carried out. And let's look at the next slide 14, such as the implementation of socialization in our media Zoom and Microsoft Teams. This slide 15 shows our various forms of innovation in increasing service hours and leadership support. Its mean, which in this case are elements of the rector and the human resource development department at library in Diponegoro University. So there is, for example, from website migration and collaboration in the library. So the product is memorandum of understanding from external stakeholders like Bank Indonesia Libraries. The marketing strategy in the form of a product become the main thing as a reinforcement. For example, you can see about certificate of cooperation, MOU. So we need the right strategy dialogue, such as agile, adaptive, and able to be a team leader, I think. So the next slide, the success factor in implementing milestone in the short term is to use key strategies. The criteria for success is the implementation of the strategic plan set out in library governance. Key factor are leadership support, stakeholder, team commitment, and management of resource. So to sum up in conclusion, I would like to finish by emphasizing of the research that all innovative strategic but how can be carried out properly and on time. So I would recommend that institution and Diponegoro University are expectation to maintain commitment, improvement, as well as coordination and communication. Finally, I will be looking at lesson learned, on a thing to note and keep in mind that the last one, you can all read that 3 or 4 point read lesson learned what I have done. Okay, everyone, and have a good time. I think I would like to thank moderator has given everything. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for very much. Thank you for your attention. So if there are any questions, I would be very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Endang, for your presentation. And hopefully that the implementation of library governance in Universitas Diponegoro will be work well. Okay, now we moving right along to the presenter from the ICA Ltd, the host of this conference. We have 3 librarians here, Ms. Sutarsa, Dr. Vivit Rufaida, and Ms. Herianti Suryantidi. They will be present the transformation of the Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, supporting social inclusion-based library. The presentation will be carried by Ms. Sutarsa. And well, Ms. Sutarsa, the screen is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to share our paper. On this occasion, I will present a paper with the title Transformation of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, Supporting Social Inclusion-Based Library. This paper was written in collaboration with Vivit Rufaida and Herianti Suryantini. This paper aims to describe social inclusion activities that have been carried out by ICA Ltd since 2019 until now in 2021 by carrying the concept of libraries come to you. Social inclusion is an effort to place individual dignity and independence as the main capital to achieve an ideal quality of life. All elements of society get equal treatment and get equal opportunities as citizens, regardless of any differences. In Act number 43 of 2007, Article 2, concerning libraries, states that the public has the same rights in the obtaining services and utilizing library facilities in measurable and professional manner. Therefore, ICA Ltd, as the largest agricultural special library in Indonesia, carries out social inclusion-based library transformation, which aim to strengthen the role of Pustaka in improving the quality of human resources, especially rural communities, namely farmers. This program is intended to improve the literacy skill and access of information of farmers to knowledge. In Article 5, it is stated that the community has the same right to obtain services as well as to utilize library facilities. This article emphasizes the importance of libraries providing adequate facilities for the community to carry out activities free of charge. Unemployment, poverty, and food security are challenges to arise due to the COVID-19 pandemic. which need to be anticipated by various parties, including libraries. It is hoped that the social inclusion program of all libraries can synergize and play an active role in the field. Library transformation based on social inclusion is a revolutionary concept in libraries, namely a program that involves the active role of the community through various activities with knowledge transfer. With a well-literate society, it is hoped that someone can create their own jobs and minimize unemployment and the impact to the welfare and the community. The transformation of ICALTD as one of public services with spirit, library comes to you and bridging invention to innovation. The role of ICALTD as number 1 is a center for agriculture knowledge, number 2 is a center for community activities, and the last, a center for culture and history of agriculture. ICALTD as Center of Agriculture Science means to carry out tasks and function. ICALTD has 4 buildings that are main office at Juanda 20, Library and Digital Agricultural Knowledge Building, Soil and Agriculture Museum and Dramaga Reading Garden. To fulfill the information need of user, we have printed collection, prayer collection, and digital collection such as repository, Itani, Agricultural Union catalog that can be accessed by user. As ICALTD as Center for Community Activities, that means the activities taken place at Dramaga Reading Garden were the providing book to increase reading interest of user, mainly children, socialization of agricultural information to group, expected family program, workshop of farming, hydroponic, making growing media, home yard farming, and etc. And also collaboration with several parties like Purpusnas, PDD ILIPI. ICALTD as a cultural center and agricultural history. It means ICALTD has enormous rare collection, namely more than 6,000 titles on botany, history, and ethnographic. Also, we have a special collection, namely Herbarium amboinensis and Flora indica, and also digital collection of more than 3,000 titles. In addition, ICALTD also has a Museum of Soil and Agriculture as education center for community, inspiration from the past, which is the home of the highest culture for artifact in agriculture. Conclusion is the library transformation based on social inclusion that has been carried out by ICALTD has 3 roles that are as a center of agricultural knowledge. And number 2, ICALTD is a center for community activities. And the last, ICALTD is a cultural center and agricultural history. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. It is nice to know that library has changed its paradigm and transformed to be closer to the user. And for the next presentation, we have Ababil Asri and Luki Wijayanti of Universitas Indonesia. They will be present the collection management of Special Library Repository, a case study in BPTP West Sumatra. Well, the time and the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, respectable committee and participant. I am Ababil Azrael from the Department of Library and Information Science, Universitas Indonesia. I hope you are healthy. On this occasion, I will present my research entitled Management of Special Library Repository Collection, case study at the West Sumatra Agriculture Technology Study Center, which will be called BPTP, which was supervised by Dr. Randa Luki Wijayanti, SS MHU. First, I will explain the background of the research. The Library of Research Institute for Agriculture Technology West Sumatra, hereinafter called the BPTP Library Sumatra Barat, is a special library that is intended to meet the information need in the field of agriculture. To realize this goal, the BPTP library tries to increase its collection. As we know that special library prioritize the quality of their collection rather than the number of their collection. One of the efforts to improve the quality of their collection is to develop a collection of institutional repositories. Next, the three formulations of the problem raised in this research are: first, how is repository collection management in the BPTP Library Sumatra Barat? The second is, what are the benefits of having a repository collection in BPTP Library Sumatra Barat? And finally, what are the obstacles in managing its repository collection? While the purpose of this study, the first is to identify the implementation of collection management for the collection of BPTP Library Sumatra Barat. Second, to identify the benefits of BPTP Library Repository Collection. Third, to identify the obstacles experienced in managing its repository collection. This is a literature review used in this study. The first is about special libraries. According to Harisanti, in terms of library procurement, it requires library service in terms of function and objectives to support the vision of the institution that oversees it. Second, collection management. Implementation of collection management has the aim of realizing the collection, arrangement, and provision of information through selection of assets, information, and material, and through a clear and systematic curation process. From Samantari and Rath. Third, repository. According to Franco M. and Stefania M., the repository service in its implementation function as a storage and research process for data contained in the institution or organization concerned. The research method used is a descriptive approach with data collection through observation and in-depth interviews with librarians at the BPTP library in Sumatra Barat. The process of repository management at BPTP Library of Sumatra Barat. Based on the result of interviews that have been carried out with Mrs. Fetriunta as a librarian on June 4, 2021. She said that in preparing the procurement of the repository collection, the BPTP Library of Sumatra prepared several things. First, to prepare published material such as book, flyer, the anthology as a collection of scientific research. Next, preparation in terms of human research, or HR, who will be assigned to manage the repository. Third, they prepare electronic devices such a computer, scanner, and other. Based on the interview, there are 3 aspects in the preparation of repository management. First, preparing technology tools by planning the annual budget, which is included in the management level work operation plan. Regarding library and website management service. Second, human resource preparation by providing education and training and technical guidance for the librarian and library technician. They are also given the opportunity to have internship at other library within 2 weeks. Third, preparation of material which will be published. Next is the procedure for managing the repository. First, the submission of publication material to the library. Second, filling out the form used as receipt for published materials. Third, registration. In the form to record the identity of the collection, especially for books, stamping and numbering the collection. For cataloging and classification for book collection. This is related to the limited human resource in BPTP Library Sumatera Barat. The library materials are then digitized through the procurement of soft copy collection. Fifth, input to the application. In the registration process for this application, users are asked to create an account on the library website. Users need to log in using an account that has been registered and verified. The submission process can be initiated by granting access authorization by the administrator, which can be obtained by contacting the Center for Libraries and Agricultural Technology Dissemination. If access has been obtained, it can be continued by using the submission menu. Collection submission is done by uploading full text data input and must be completed with item description and cover. In implementing library collection management in the repository service, requirement either regarding full text access to the work or only the abstract, as a requirement to mention the author name and the identity of the work in the writing citation process. The number of repository collection on June 8, 2021 are as follows: books 39 titles, anthology 4 titles, proceeding 5 titles, bulletin 21 titles, technical information 23 titles, brochure 8 titles, technological guidelines 14 titles, flyer 2 titles, 25 innovative technologies 35 titles. Based on the result of an interview with Mrs. Fertiunita on July 1, 2021 regarding how the next policy is taken by the library manager on all collection, then the answer is that for collection that must not be with, namely books that are scientific in nature, if there is damage to the collection, it will be conserved collection that can be with it in the form of infotext, brochure, bulletin, if they have been published for 10 years, and for proceeding can be with it if they have been published for 15 years. The following are the benefits of implementing a repository that were conveyed in the interview. For librarians, the procurement of a repository, especially for publication materials, allows a good collection of data collection. In addition, The procurement of repositories also help increase the ability and use of technology for library and library managers. Meanwhile, for researchers and extension workers, through the procurement of repositories, researchers and extension workers get the information needed for research and extension activities. Based on the interview with Mrs. Petrinita, she described some of the obstacles she experienced. First, the need for human resource that has not been met, especially in carrying out the management function. This obstacle is caused by functional librarians who are entering retirement age. This situation affects the process of cataloging and classification collection. Second, the internet connection is fairly slow, which affects the repository management process. Third, the procurement of equipment is not good. For example, when the research was taking place, the scanner device was in the process of being repaired, which hindered media transfer activities. The conclusion of this research is that the management process is carried out with a fairly good system, starting from receiving files to providing digital repositories. The entire process of activities is carried out by referring to the standardized repository guidelines issued by the Ministry of Agriculture. The repository collection is useful for librarians in developing their soft skills, especially in the field of information and technology. Research Penyuluh also feel the benefit of library repository collection, one of which is to support research activities according to the field to be studied. Constraints faced in the process of managing repository collection at BPTP Library in Sumatra Barat, especially in the aspect of human resources, which are still few, and also currently they don't have a librarian with an educational background in library science. Another obstacles in the operational technical aspect, which is related to the internet connection and some broken digitizing device. Procurement of a repository at BPTP Library in Sumatra Barat has also contributed to the advancement of science and information about agriculture in Indonesia. Related to human resources, which are still few in number, to add the staff, BPTP Library need to recruit librarians to fill functional library positions. Barriers from operational technical aspect must be corrected so that the repository management process is not disrupted. The BPTP Library in Sumatra Barat needs to promote and socialize the repository collection and train how to access the repository collection to the public. Finally, the suggestion that resources can give is that the BPTP Library in Sumatra Barat can continue to procure a collection of repositories so that information about agriculture is developing and providing benefit for researchers, penyuluh, and community who need it. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation. For your information that BPTP or Balai Pengkajian Teknologi Pertanian is a working unit of Ministry of Agriculture that located in every province. Then it is nice to know that the library in this space, in this working unit, also has its own repository management. And then the last but not the least, we have Richard Ginting, M. Home and Niluh Putu Ayu Mas Adi Sawitri from Universitas Udayana, who will present the Archive Management System in Archive Center of Universitas Udayana, the role and the challenge. Well, the screen is yours.
Halo, apa kabar? Let me to introduce myself. My name is Richard Togaranta Ginting. I'm a lecturer and researcher in Library Study Program Udayana University, Bali, Indonesia. Thank you for Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination for this opportunity, and we will present our paper. Title, Records Management System at Udayana University Archive Center, Roles and Challenges. And I collaborate with Niluh Putu Ayu Mas Adi Sawitri, and we so excited to attend this international conference on Library and Information Sciences 2021. Let we start our paper. The first one, let we discuss about background. Archive are evidence and record of information on its activity within the company that is sustainable. Maksudnya di sini adalah arsip itu merupakan bukti maupun rekaman informasi pada tiap aktivitas di dalam sebuah organisasi yang sifatnya itu berkelanjutan. And the second one, records management is important. In an office or collect organization, for this reason, special attention is needed in the form of correct and effective archive management system. Di sini maksudnya manajemen arsip itu sangat penting, khususnya dalam organisasi perkantoran maupun perguruan tinggi. Untuk itu diperlukan semacam perhatian khusus berupa sistem pengelolaan arsip yang benar dan efektif. And the third one, record management according to Undang-Undang 43 tahun 2009 includes archive acquisition, archive processing, archive preservation, and archive access. Di sini dalam Undang-Undang 43 tahun 2009 telah diatur tentang akuisisi arsip, pengelolaan arsip, preservasi arsip, serta akses arsip. And the last one, Udayana University Archive Center is an archive management office under the auspice of Udayana University Administration, which handles static archives. Di sini pusat arsip Universitas Udayana menghandle arsip statis yang merupakan kantor pengelolaan arsip.
Okay, thank you for the last.
I'm not finished yet, sir.
For the last presentation from Dr. Candidate Richard Ginting. It is nice to know how Universitas Udayana manage its archive and doing documents preservation of archive collection. And ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, now we are going to the next session, that question and answer time. I will read some question from the chat room. The note taker will be prepared for this question from the audience. Here we have a question from Ibu Heriati from ICA Ltd. Question for Ababil. Is there any collaboration of librarian and IT staff at BPTP West Sumatra in updating repository? And what is the constraint what is the constraint in manage repository at BPTP West Sumatra so far? That's the question from Ibu Heriati. I think we directly to the Pak Ababil to answer the question from Ibu Heriati. Please, Pak Ababil.
Ya, kamera saya rusak, maaf. First, for question, is there any collaboration of librarian and IT staff at BPTP Sumatera Barat in updating repository? My answer is for collaboration between IT staff and librarian at BPTP Sumatera Barat, there is an even there room there is the same. And second question, what is the constraint in managed repository at BPTP Sumatera Barat so far? First, the constraint in managed repository at BPTP Sumatera Barat is their need for human resource that has not been met, especially in carrying out the management function. This obstacle is caused by functional librarians who are entering retirement age. This situation affects the process of cataloging and classification collection. And next, the internet connection is fairly slow, which affects the repository management process. And third, the procurement of equipment is not good. For example, when the research was taking place, the scanner device was in the process of being repaired, which hindered media transfer activities. Maybe finish for my answer.
Okay, thank you. So the human resources and internet connection is the main constraint of your management of library collection in repository. So for the next question, please, the note taker, give me the question from the audience. If there's no question from audience, I think I will ask something to the presenter.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, Mr. Moderator, can you hear my voice?
Any other question? Please display in. Still no question. I think I will ask to. Is it okay for the moderator to ask something to the presenter? Okay. Okay, please display the question from the audience. Oh, okay. Pak Richard will be. You want
sir,
confirmation of?
If you have any time more, can you continue my video, because I think I have a big effort for make that video. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're in live session previously, yeah. Okay. For the note taker to continue Pak Richard's video. Pak Richard, the staff here, the operator here only have 2 minutes video of your presentation, not the whole probably. Okay? Do you want to continue live session?
If you don't mind, I will share from my MacBook.
I think if possible, you can continue by live session, other than send the video to us.
If you don't mind, sir, I will share from my screen.
Yeah. Okay, please.
Wait for a second, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Please host to allow Pak Richard to share screen. Okay. No audio, Pak Richard.
Okay.
Can you skip to the last presentation that cut? Not from the beginning.
On Microsoft Office, Word, and Excel. Di sini jelas kita lihat bahwa hampir semua manajemen arsip ya sistemnya itu hanya memiliki aplikasi yang mengandalkan Microsoft Office, baik itu Word atau Excel. And the Siraisa Electronic Application ini merupakan aplikasi yang ada di sistem arsip Universiana is currently running out, but not all activities can be done through the application because the application is still in the design process. Ini ada aplikasi Siraisa yang tadi sudah dirancang, namun sampai sekarang belum berjalan secara maksimal karena masih dalam proses perancangan. In addition, archive storage ini menjadi masalah buat semua orang ya, fenomena di mana tempat penyimpanan arsip yang belum memadai. Kemudian, and next one, handling for archives that have been damaged has not been managed properly. Penanganan untuk arsip itu sudah bisa dikatakan masih berantakan ya, seperti itu ya. Jadi belum dikelola dengan baik. The implementation of the archive management system in the related office is not in accordance with the standard operating procedure or SOP ya. Jadi pelaksanaan sistem manajemen arsip itu khususnya di pusat arsip Universiana itu tidak sesuai dengan SOP. Jadi SOP-nya belum dijalankan secara maksimal. Kemudian, and next one, let we talk about scope. Scope of the study is about the archive management system, which consists of management, storage, archives, archive storage location, and archive infrastructure. Archive management system and obstacle in managing archives at the Udayana University Archive Center. Di sini maksudnya ruang lingkup dalam tulisan saya ini akan memuat tentang pengelolaan, kemudian ada penyimpanan, ada tenaga arsiparisnya, kemudian lokasi penyimpanan, sarana dan prasarana pendukung untuk kegiatan arsip ini, kemudian sistem manajemen arsip, dan kendala dalam pengelolaan arsip di pusat arsip Universitas Udayana. And next one, archive management. Peraturan pemerintah nomor 28 tahun 2012 include in the activities of organizing archive made in the national archive system accompanied by human resources, infrastructure, and other resources. Jadi jelas dalam peraturan pemerintah ini aktivitas penyelenggaraan kearsipan itu dibuat dalam sistem kearsipan nasional ya. Dilakukan oleh ANRI, Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia, yaitu di mana di sini tuh harus ada pendampingan sumber daya manusia, kemudian ada pemenuhan sarana prasarana serta sumber daya lain. Kemudian ada archive retention schedule, a schedule that contains active retention of storage period. types of record, as well as information containing recommendation regarding the determination of the types of records to be removed, re-evaluated, or permanently used as a guide for shrinking or saving record. Di sini maksudnya jadwal retensi arsip itu sekurang-kurangnya arsip. And next, human resources archives. Archives HR is a structural officer in the field of archives and general functional in the field of archive. Di sini maksudnya sumber daya manusia kearsipan itu termasuk pejabat strukturalnya ya, kemudian dan mereka itu memang harus benar-benar ada di bidang kearsipan, kemudian arsiparis maupun fungsional umum di bidang kearsipan. Jadi yang tidak punya pendidikan ilmuwan kearsipan tapi memiliki pelatihan tentang kearsipan. Our paper, research method, descriptive research through a qualitative approach. This research was conducted from February 1, 2021 to March 1, 2021 for 1 month. The location of the implementation in this research at the Udayana University Archive Center. Jadi ini adalah sebuah penelitian yang bersifat deskriptif dengan pendekatan kualitatif. Ini dilakukan selama 1 bulan. Kemudian lokasi penelitiannya adalah Pusat Arsip Universitas Udayana. Sumber data ya, the primary ya, the head of administrative section of the Udayana University Archive Center and the archivist of the Udayana University Archive Center. Secondary, 2 other references related to the research problem. Jadi yang primer itu berdasarkan wawancara ya dari informan, kemudian ya sekundernya itu berdasarkan
Richard, please concern your audio.
The first one we will discuss about acquisition archives in Udayana University Archive Center. Based on the result of the interview found that acquisition is done by writing to the superiors or leaders and respective faculties and then actively informing archivists at Udayana University. Di sini akuisisi dilakukan dengan bersurat ke atasan atau pimpinan baik di fakultas maupun program studi, kemudian diinformasikan secara aktif kepada arsiparis di lingkungan Universitas Udayana. Acquisition is carried out by actively informing archivists in Udayana University. Jadi akuisisi ini dilaksanakan dengan cara menginformasikan secara aktif oleh arsiparisnya yang berada di lingkungan Universitas Udayana. Archives management, based on the result of the interview found, record processing is carried out regularly every year, and archive assessment are carried out according to applicable rules and legal base, such as the Archive Retention Schedule atau GRA ya, jadwal retensi arsip. Jadi pengelolaan dilakukan secara rutin setiap tahun dan penilaian yang dilaksanakan menurut aturan dan dasar hukum yang berlaku. Dan ini semua tertuang di dalam jadwal retensi arsip. We're moving to archive preservation. Based on the result of the interviews found, archive preservation include archive maintenance is done by giving good check to each box every 6 months to avoid damage. Jadi preservasi atau perawatan arsip di sini itu dilakukan dengan cara memberikan kapur bagus pada kapur baru pada masing-masing box, setiap 6 bulan sekali untuk menghindari kerusakan. Boxnya seperti yang tertampil di slide sebelumnya. And next, akses arsip di Pusat Arsip Universitas Udayana. Based on the result of the interview, found access to the archives is done by coming directly to the Archive Center of Udayana University and then taking notes and filling out the loan service book. Jadi akses arsip dilakukan dengan datang langsung ke Pusat Arsip Universitas Udayana. Kemudian ada pencatatan dan pengisian buku layanan peminjaman arsip seperti itu. And the next discussion, we talk about archive retention schedule based on the interview. Ya, archive retention schedule is carried out periodically and on a quarterly base. Ya, triwulan ya, dilaksanakan secara triwulan jadwal retensi arsipnya. It's already in the work plan of the Archive Center and has also been planned and implemented every year. Jadi ini sudah terdapat di rencana kerja Pusat Arsip dan juga sudah direncanakan setiap tahunnya. Jadi untuk tahun 2022 sudah direncanakan di tahun 2021. And the next one, constraint and obstacle. Based on our interview, found that constraint and obstacle experience lack of human resources and inadequate facilities and infrastructure. Ini sama seperti kendala lain ya di pusat arsip yang umum di Indonesia, ya, di mana kekurangan sumber daya manusia yang tidak memiliki keahlian about archive science ya, kemudian sarana dan prasarana yang tidak memadai. The conclusion, archive acquisition is carried out by actively providing information to all archivists in Udayana University. Akuisisi arsip dilaksanakan dengan cara memberi informasi secara aktif, dan ini dilakukan oleh arsiparis yang berada di lingkungan Universitas Udayana. Archival processing is carried out regular every year. I have explained before. Archive preservation is done by giving good chalk in its archive box every 6 months. Ya, diberikan kasur baru. Access to archives is done by visiting the Udayana University Archive Center directly, then taking note and filling out the loan service book. Jadi langsung datang berkunjung ke pusat arsipnya. Dan in this pandemic situation, we can contact the archives before, and we met appointment. The archive retention schedule or GRA at Udayana University Archive Center is carried out periodically and on a quarterly basis. Jadi jadwal retensi arsipnya itu berlangsung secara triwulan. Constraint and obstacle found the management of archives ini, namely the lack of human resources and inadequate facilities and infrastructure. Jadi kendalanya masih seputar tentang SDM ya, sumber daya manusia, serta sarana dan prasarana yang belum memadai. Suggestion, saran ya, improve the performance of archivists and staff in managing archives, attend training and seminar for archivists in the field of archive management to manage archives, carry out archive management, which is carried out in the stages and on schedule basis to manage archives, and the last, prepare appropriate fund for record management activities. Jadi selain meningkatkan kinerja sumber daya arsiparisnya, baik staff yang ada di pusat arsip, penelitian ini juga menyarankan pelatihan untuk para arsiparis, khususnya di pusat arsip Universitas Udayana, kemudian melakukan manajemen arsip yang dilakukan secara bertahap dan terjadwal untuk pengelolaannya dan sesuai dengan panduan, dan menyiapkan dana sesuai untuk kegiatan manajemen arsip. Thank you, matur suksma, stay safe, and salam literasi. And thank you for the committee for this opportunity. See you guys.
Okay, thank you, Pak Richard Ginting, for your presentation. And we only have limited time to end question and answer session, so probably we only have one or two questions. Please, the team to display if there are questions from the audience. Okay, Is it time to, the time is probably is limited and we have only 1 minute. We only have 1 minute. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, finally we come to the end of the presentation. And I would like to say thank you again to the 5 presenters for their information and interesting talk. And thank you for the audience for your participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for us. And we will be meet again in next year, hopefully. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Stay safe and healthy. This is for me, and I will close this session. And thank you for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to our host.
Recording in progress.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, support inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you. Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things for virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rare book or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials located at Digital Agricultural Knowledge Library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual DRS activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka will always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, support inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Waduh, piye to yo. Gagal meneh.
Podo, Kang. Kae, bener Pak Kardi. Mosok subur dhewe. Iki mesti konspirasi.
Iya kuwi. Mesti. Konspirasi apa?
Waduh.
Pak, nopo? Bingung. Makane yen pengen sinau babagan pertanian, sinau nang kene.
Apa kuwi?
Belajar budidaya ada, pertanian organik juga ada. Soal pupuk pasti ada, pestisida ada.
Informasinya api-api yo, bermanfaat banget.
Masih kurang. Nonton YouTube-nya.
Ada YouTube-nya?
Itu loh. Soal informasi teknologi pertanian. Pustaka Kementerian Pertanian, informasinya lengkap banget. Ya Pak. HP-nya balik ke.
Aduh, piye to yo. Gagal meneh.
Podo, Kang. Kae, bener Pak Kardi. Mosok subur dhewe. Iki mesti konspirasi.
Iya kuwi. Mesti.
Konspirasi apa?
Waduh.
Pak, nopo? Bingung. Makane yen pengen sinau babagan pertanian, sinau nang kene.
Apa kuwi?
Belajar budidaya ada, pertanian organik juga ada. Soal pupuk pasti ada, pestisida ada.
Informasinya api-api yo. Bermanfaat banget.
Masih kurang. Nonton YouTube-nya.
Ada YouTube-nya?
Itu loh. Soal informasi teknologi pertanian. Pustaka Kementerian Pertanian, informasinya lengkap banget. Ya Pak. HP-nya balik ke.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Waduh, piye to yo. Gagal meneh.
Podo, Kang. Kae, bener Pak Kardi. Mosok subur dhewe. Iki mesti konspirasi.
Iya kuwi. Mesti.
Konspirasi apa?
Waduh.
Pak, nopo? Bingung. Makane yen pengen sinau babagan pertanian, sinau nang kene.
Apa kuwi?
Belajar budidaya ada, pertanian organik juga ada. Soal pupuk pasti ada, pestisida ada.
Informasinya api-api yo. Bermanfaat banget.
Masih kurang. Nonton YouTube-nya.
Ada YouTube-nya?
Itu loh. Soal informasi teknologi pertanian. Pustaka Kementerian Pertanian, informasinya lengkap banget. Ya Pak. HP-nya balik ke.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Jelajahi beragam informasi dunia pertanian. Perluas wawasan inovasi teknologi pertanian untuk pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Klik subscribe untuk mendapatkan notifikasi dari kami. Informasi pertanian terupdate dihadirkan di sini. Pustaka, library comes to you.
Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Disseminations, or Pustaka Ministry of Agriculture, great people of the world. As the biggest agricultural library in Indonesia, Pustaka is reliable, accountable, and professional agriculture science and technology information resources management institutions for researchers, extensionists, farmers, lecturers or government employees, students, entrepreneurs, agricultural industrial partner, and other professions and communities. The advancement of information technology brings us into this digital era. It also initiates Pustaka to adapt and develop agricultural science technology resources and information services based on the Internet of Things through virtual office. The head office is home of agricultural science and information resources. It contains thousands of printed and digital books, rarebook or antiquariate, the latest international journal, all served well in every corner of comfortable and user-friendly room. Pustaka also has soil and agricultural museum, a thematic information and educational center in interesting displays. Pustaka has service room and modern co-working space, which are comfortable for millennials like at a digital agricultural knowledge library. To bring Pustaka close to its users, Pustaka develops some activity which directly can be accessed by users called Postani. Postani is completed with open virtual literacy activity, begin agricultural information literacy from farmers and agricultural extensions worker. Various information of agricultural research and development result has been managed and published to all users in every single place in Indonesia and overseas. Pustaka always be the one that is served science, information, and agricultural technology for all people. At the same time, also being a window to open horizons, separate inventions, accelerations to innovations. Pustaka. Library comes to you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main screen. Please accept our apology for not able to meet the schedule. We are about 20 minutes behind the schedule. This is because some of the parallel sessions have had a very intensive discussion, so we are a bit flexible in this situation. Now it is time for closing session. I would like to invite Mrs. Heriati Suryantini to deliver the wrap-up of the conference. Without further ado, Ms. Heriati Suryantini, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to all of us. First of all, I would like to praise God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God Almighty, who has bestowed His mercy and grace on us, so that we have finally come to the end of our conference today. We praise God because only with His permission, this event can be finalized in good shape. I am Heriati Suryantini, Senior Librarian of the Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination. It is an honor for me to be among all of you and be a part of this important conference. Now, I would like to deliver some important messages drawn from this international conference. I have tried to keep my notes as short as possible and cover the main points rendered by the speakers, both from discussion during plenary session and from the parallel rooms. Of this discussion, the following are the main excerpts of the conference. First, we have learned from the speakers today that at least several topics should be well considered in serving people with information, specifically during the COVID-19 pandemic era. The topics include the people who organize the library and information, the services that could be provided, the sufficient physical space of the library, resources and facilities that support the services, social justice, and accessibility that people could be served, and technology as the mean to help improve higher quality of information services. Various innovations have been made by the library in order to keep up with information on communication technology changes. In addition to transforming library services, the pattern of library users also need to adapt to the current innovation of library services and collection. Currently, the library paradigm is as a learning hub and a place for interaction among the user. Community support is very much required in the management and development of library services during this COVID-19 pandemic. One of the problems in the schools and higher education institutions in pandemic era is not having the proper digital infrastructure to enable fast internet connectivity. Technological capabilities of both teachers and students, learning outcome to be fulfilled, and health and safety of the faculty staff and students should be considered. Social media and other virtual meetings are used to prepare course pack, including the course outline, lessons, resources, assessment activities, and other requirements, and prepared This for both online and printed modes to overcome the problem and coordinate with our librarians on how to access the resources needed. Even though COVID-19 has brought to light weaknesses and vulnerabilities in education, such as digital divide, inequalities, and teacher capabilities, there are positive outcomes such as solidarity, resilience, resourcefulness, dedication, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic changed the world of libraries. Library services are forced to change and adapt to the pattern of library users in accessing information and massive users of information and communication technology. The strategies include collecting, processing, and integrating more digital content, then using more information technology in disseminating, promoting, and educating users. In relation to library services, many innovations have been made. Social inclusion-based library is a new paradigm for library to reach more closely to the users. Implementation of information technology and social media, such as YouTube or Telegram, now is one of the popular media on library services. Smartphones have been widely used to access library digital collection. Research data management and knowledge management, which is the activity on creating, finding, organizing, storing, sharing, and preserving, had been prepared to be accessed by users. The library has a strategic role to safeguard the innovation or knowledge creation process. Agriculture is strategic in the economic point of view. Indonesia launched the new 5-year strategic plan 2020 until 2024 for achieving advanced, independent, and modern agriculture through strengthening food security and agricultural competitiveness. Indonesian food security will contribute to global food security. In the COVID-19 pandemic era, resilience of agriculture sector can maintain stability production, supply, increasing export, and decreasing stunting prevalence. Library has very strategic to support agriculture. It has to connect information to the policy and program of agriculture development. The role of library not only regarding book or journal citation, but also disseminating information of innovation to support modern agricultural technology related to increasing productivity and product competitiveness. Library needs a change in way to serve people with accurate and fast information, especially during the pandemic era. While looking forward to a more rational services, the COVID-19 disease may still with us for a longer time. Therefore, this conference addressed the importance of such changes in many aspects of services. Direction recommended through this conference include, among others, the exchange of information among the libraries, strengthen the communication between the librarians and human resources capacity, increase the collection of the library through digitalization procedure, and improve the application of technology related to library and information services. Finally, I would once again express my gratitude to all of you and hope that we could meet sometimes in the future in the next ICLIS event. Stay healthy, safe, and keep in touch. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Haryati Suryantini. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to welcome the team leader of the organizing committee, Dr. Bambang Winarko, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Bambang, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Director of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to learn that our conference will soon be finalized. I would like to first thank God for only because His grace that we experience the success of this conference. I am very glad to find that the two invited speakers coming from reputable organizations and they have shared valuable information for us. I would specifically extend my sincere appreciation to Professor Kathleen Laudas B. Obaili from the University of the Philippines at Diliman, and Ms. Catherine Lavelle Wells, the President-elect of Special Libraries Association. May I appreciation also goes to all presenters and moderators that have shown excellent performance during the presentation session. I also would like to express my heartfelt thanks to several editorial board members who have served as the reviewers of the conference manuscript. They are Professor Puji Mulyono from Indonesia, Professor Kiran Kaur from Malaysia, Dr. Ira S. Buenrostro Kabab from the Philippines, Dr. Nurlaini Nilamputri from Malaysia, Dr. Wan Abdul Qadir Wandula, also from Malaysia, Dr. Ahmad Sauki, Dr. Ida Fajar Priyanto, Dr. Luki Wijayanti, Dr. Labibah Zain, and Nova Eka Varian Ana, all from Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak in Bahasa Indonesia as I have to thank my colleagues and other related parties. Ucapan terima kasih dan penghargaan saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Pertanian yang menyampaikan keynote speech-nya dan membuka konferensi ini secara resmi. Bapak Kepala Pusat Perpustakaan dan Penyebaran Teknologi Pertanian yang senantiasa memberikan dukungan dan arahan. Seluruh tim pengarah dan panitia pelaksana, serta kiat media kreatif yang telah memberikan kontribusi menurut kapasitas masing-masing dan sudah bekerja dengan sekuat tenaga melakukan berbagai hal hingga terlaksananya konferensi ini dengan baik. Finally, on behalf of the organizing committee, I apologize for any inconvenience you may experience during the conference. We learn from the past and we will improve in the future. Thank you and see you at the next eclipse.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bambang Winarko. Distinguished participants, presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the end of this conference. For closing the event, I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Basit, the head of Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination, to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Abdul Basit, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good afternoon and greetings to all of you. Distinguished speakers, presenters, moderators, reviewers, and all participants of this 2021 International Conference of Library and Information Sciences. First of all, I would like to praise God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, who has bestowed His mercy and grace on us, so that we finally come to the end of our conference today. We praise God because only with His permission, this conference can be finalized in good shape. We would like to thank the Secretary General, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic Indonesia, for providing direction and at the same time opening this international conference. Indonesian Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination is proud to be a host of this international conference. And it's saying that our effort to plan the library in the future has been discussed in several discussion sessions and are very relevant to the theme of this conference. In this regard, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the librarians, lecturers, and other faculty of the central and regional level who participated in preparing papers and exchanging ideas, knowledge, and experiences at this conference. I would especially express my sincere thanks to Ms. Catherine Lavely-Welch, President-elect of Special Libraries Association, and also Prof. Kathleen Lourdes-B. O'Bailey, School of Library and Information Studies, University of the Philippines, Diliman. My heartfelt thanks also extended to all editorial board members who helped us in evaluating the manuscript. I would especially extend my thanks to Dr. Sahat Pasaribu, my colleagues, and Dr. Wahida, under the guidance of them for such close cooperation, start from the preparation up to this moment, when we are at the closing session of this conference. We feel that some errors or inconveniences during the holding of this conference, and for that, I, on behalf of the organizer, apologize profusely. Finally, I would again my gratitude to all of you and hope that we could meet sometime in the future at different events. Stay healthy, stay safe, and keep in touch. Thank you and bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That's the closing statement from our director. Thank you. On behalf of the organizing committee and all reviewers, we would like to express our sincere thanks to all participants, invited speakers, authors, and all audience for the presence in the first international conference on Library and Information Sciences, or ICLIS 2021. We do understand that it is not easy to join the virtual conference in full day. So we hope we could improve our conference organization in the future. And now we would like to express our highly appreciate to our active participation and patience from all of the audience. Please stay safe, keep healthy, and see you again in the next ICLIS.
We have been doing the best we can to implement this event. However, apology for any inconvenience during the entire conference sessions. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Pak Sahab.
Meski pandemi, kami tetap melayani seluruh masyarakat negeri untuk dapat membuka cakrawala menuju pertanian maju, mandiri, dan modern. Agar para pengguna dapat lebih mudah menjangkau layanan perpustakaan pertanian, kami hadirkan layanan portal perpustakaan digital. Hanya dengan klik satu tautan, para pengguna dapat menjelajah informasi pertanian. Nikmati kemudahan akses perpustakaan melalui PC, laptop, maupun smartphone. Jelajahi dunia pertanian hanya dalam satu genggaman. Pustaka, library comes to you.
pas saya lagi sendok itu.
Pull up skirt on your body, performing just like my Rari. You're too fine, need a ticket. I bet you taste expensive. Pouring up, about a liter. If you keeping up, you should keep it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing. Like that, 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 that. Skirt on your body, it's just us two in this party. That Louis, that Prada, looks so much better off you. Turn me up, be my waitress. No, we not in love, so let's make it. Tequila and vodka, girl, you might be a problem. Run away, run away, run away, run away. I know that I should, but my heart wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay, wanna stay now. You can see it in my eyes that I wanna take it down right now if I could. So I hope you know what I mean when I say, let me take you dancing. Two-step to the bedroom. We don't need no dance floor. Let me see your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing. Like that, 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 that. See your best move. Anything could happen. Ever since I met you, no need to imagine. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.